Hi everyone, my name is Megan and I'll be introducing some of the programming we have today. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Anti-Asian Racism Conversations event organized by the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta. From 12 to 5 today, we have a program filled with sharing circles, panels, and storytelling from various members of the community. If you check out the second YouTube link on our site as well, we're broadcasting a compilation of messages from community members sharing their thoughts about anti-Asian racism, and you'll be able to watch some performances through there as well. Now, first up on our program is an introductory self-defense workshop organized by Shangde Tai Chi Praying Mantis Martial Arts Association and led by Sifu Bilji. Shangde teaches traditional mantis-style martial arts, kung fu, tai chi, and lion dancing. So if you're ever interested in learning martial arts, feel free to reach out to them on Facebook or email. Now for this session, we'll be going through a few techniques and moves that you can practice, so we encourage you to stand up, follow along while we show the moves. And without further ado, I'll pass it over to Sifu Bill.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for attending, viewing this webinar. It's my honor and privilege. I want to thank the CGA and the Edmonton Heritage Council for inviting me. I'd like to thank Megan and Ashton for helping out with this webinar. The reason why I'm doing this, or why we are doing this, is because there's been a lot more incidents regarding attacks on Asians, not necessarily just Asians, can almost be anybody. Discrimination, hate doesn't discriminate. So what I want to do with this is just to give you some ideas, some concepts, some techniques that you could use to defend yourself. But first, I just want to say this verbal legal disclaimer, myself and Shangde Martial Arts will not be responsible for any injury caused by you to your assailant, to yourself, while participating in viewing this webinar. It's advised by our legal counsel. Thank you. Now, with the rise in incidents, I just want to get into it's important to get into the psychological aspects of being attacked. You've heard of fight or flight. Well, I like to add in the extra F, and that's fear. You freeze. So if something happens, we tend to freeze because we're not conditioned to it. Your body releases the hormonal responses to get your adrenaline going, then you got to decide, are you going to fight or are you going to run? Sometimes we go through all three stages. So it's important to understand that, because right here, I'm in a safe environment. You're at home, looking at this, you practice your technique. We go out on the street, somebody comes and attacks you. It's a totally different environment. Your body, your mind is not used to it. And that requires practice and conditioning. So that's psychological. Next, the legal aspects. The question I get is, what is reasonable force? When can you defend yourself? The definition of assault is like a threat. Like if I say to you, I'm going to punch you, I'm going to kick the crap out of you, I'm going to hit you. That's called assault. I'm threatening you. Battery is the actual act itself of hitting you, striking you. So consider what is reasonable force. If you stop the attack and let's say you throw him to the ground and you start kicking his head in, that's considered excessive force. And you probably be charged with manslaughter if you killed that person, or you could be sued. Now, with the legal aspects, so the questions I get asked is, can I hit first? Can I strike first? Yes, you can. If somebody cocks the fist, raises the arm, and it's in a threatening position, threatening style, threatening matter, you can stop the attack. If I raise my leg ready to kick you, you can stop the attack. Okay, you have the right to defend yourself. Next, you're walking on the street. We're assuming that the attacks occur for now on the outside. You're walking down the sidewalk, and what you can do to help defend yourself more, what I call defensive walking, just like defensive driving. You look left mirror, right mirror, you look behind. You look in front of you, you look all around. When you're walking, You want to use all your senses, your ears, your eyes. So you shouldn't be on your, try to avoid talking on the cell phone, listening to headphones. You want to be aware of your surroundings. So when you're walking down the street, there's three positions you could take. You can walk on the outside, you can walk in the middle, or you can walk against buildings. When walking on the outside, somebody can come along and push you into the traffic. So that's not ideal. Walking in the middle, the disadvantage of that, you can get attacked from both sides, let alone front and back, from all four sides. Usually we recommend walking against the building, but not like right up against it, because this way you can protect one side, and also you can also run into the building or the business or the office if something happens. Plus, usually they have security cameras covering the front door. They can record what the incident is. You don't want to be right up against the building in case somebody pushes you directly against the wall. So you need to be aware of the situation and surroundings at all times. Now, a lot of the times you may not see an attack until it actually happens. Like it's too late. You already got pushed. You already got hit. In case you see something coming, one of the most important things is to protect your vulnerable areas. Your head, your brain, your eyes, your mouth, your throat. These are all vulnerable areas. So I'm going to teach you a protective position that the Edmonton Police Force, all these police forces use a lot. So basically, I can take left or right. Let's do the left side. Take your palm through the air, elbow up. Okay, this is against your head, so it's not, there's no gap. Take your right arm, right hand, cover like this. See, I'm covering my nose. I can still see. I can move. I want this hand on the outside so I can hit. I don't want it on the inside like this. Okay, this side, same thing. This is my protective position. Okay, in case somebody's coming and throwing rapid punches at you and you're trying to protect you as best as you can. Okay, that's your protective head position, upper body position. Now, in terms of how you should face an attack, what you want to do is have one foot slight forward, left foot, right foot, doesn't matter. You don't want to face the opponent square like this, because all this is vulnerable to attack.
Doing that, they also ordered the alphabet,
Okay, next, I'm going to teach you how to defend against a barrage of strikes, punches. Okay. Usually he's attacking you in this area here. I've got this dummy called Bob. Okay. This whole area. Easiest way to defend without getting fancy, without learning martial arts, is what I call your elbows. So basically, you're just moving this way. See, I still cover my face. See, I'm not going like this. Because if you go like this, they hit your arm, it's going to hit your head. So I'm rolling. Left, right, just rolling, blocking the punches. Okay? This is using your elbows in a very economical way, very efficient way, an effective way. Okay? The other direction, your elbows, you can go left, right, side to side, or they can go up and down. So down, like this. Somebody kicks, I use my elbows. I don't want to use both hands like this. It's quite common, the natural response to go like this. The problem like this is then both my hands are occupied. I'm vulnerable to being hit in the head with his arms and hands and fists. Okay, so usually it's just up, down, okay? If you're at home, you can just practice rolling side, 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 up, down. That's all you need to do. Okay, protective position using elbows. Now, In terms of striking back, a lot of people think they can punch back. I'm going to teach you how to make a fist, proper fist. If you're going to punch, you go. The reason why people break their wrists, even their knuckles, is they don't punch. They weren't taught how to punch properly. And I'm going to tell you, show you an alternative of punching with your fist. But if you have to make a fist, how you do it is you squeeze 1, 2, 3, thumb on top. Goes in a straight line. Okay? When you punch chest, punch stomach, punch the nose. You gotta make sure this is flat when you do the punch. Okay? It's not like this, and it's not like this. You're gonna break your wrist. Okay? That's basically punching. So I'm gonna teach you an alternative using it's called using your heel, using the palm. Because it's less likely to break your wrist if you use the heel. Okay? Now, so when you use the heel, what you want to, very important, do not put the thumb in front. It's on the side. You don't want to hit with your thumb. So basically, on a heel strike, the power of a heel strike doesn't come just from pushing here. It comes from the ground, like from the heel, knee, hip, shoulder, elbow, wrist. That's where you get the power from on the strike. If you're not using that, you're just pushing. At home, well, all you need to do is, let's say you have your left foot forward, just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Using your heel strike. Now, people would ask, what area should I? Obviously, the soft spots, the nose. Okay. You can hit the body. The chest usually has a lot of muscle, but I prefer the nose because you get somebody in the nose, the eyes start to water, you see stars, you date. You're not going to kill the person. The nose starts to bleed, you have to deal with that. So I'm pushing forward and up. In terms of variations of the hand strikes, first is heel strike, then the famous they call karate chop, whatever you want to call it, using the side, the edge of your hand. So basically, you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, that's hitting the jaw, hitting. If you hit the neck hard enough, the carotid artery, you could knock the person out. You won't kill them, but you can knock them out. So it's like heel, 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 strike, strike. Knife hand. It's called knife hand. Okay? And you can do it reverse. Okay? I'm just going like this. Again, in for the nose. Okay, next. I just want to go over certain targets. Usually, when you get attacked, let's say assuming that person could be a lot bigger than you, a lot taller than you. So, how do you defend yourself against that? That type of person. I like to use the word leverage. Leverage means you're hitting, number one, you're hitting soft spots, nose, ears, throat, solar plexus. These are all targets. Now, be very careful with throat because if you collapse that windpipe, you kill the guy. So you're just mainly defending yourself. The other way you use leverage is use certain strikes that has a lot of power. Elbow. Elbows are probably one of my offensive tools that I have. So I'm just going to teach you basic elbow strikes. So first one is going forward. Okay, going up. So basically, 1, 2, hitting this part. 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's your upper elbow. Okay. If I hit the body, I'm driving right in. Next one, cross elbow. I'm using my hip to get power. If I just go like this, I'm using my shoulder, but use my hip. That's where you get the power from. Again, you're hitting this, depending on the height, hitting the head. Okay. Okay, up. See how my body turned? Now, if you're going forward, I know somebody said there's a personal space between me and the assailant and the attacker. I don't feel comfortable getting that close using an elbow. You have to judge the distance. If you're in close, you have to hit a certain target. You have to go for that elbow. If not, you gotta use your heel strike. Okay, you can push. I know we're not conditioned to be being that close in a fight. Yes, you know, when you learn martial arts, you're conditioned for it. But out in this, you're not used to that. So you can alternatively, you can use your heel strike, and then you can use your kicks, which I'm going to get into right away. So kicking. A lot of people think kicking somebody in the groin is effective. Yes, it is. I think it's probably overrated as an attack because a lot of guys will expect a kick to the groin. For one thing, you can see it coming. If I'm standing in front, I'm going like this. You can see that coming as soon as I lift my foot. As soon as I lift my knee, they could see it. So you gotta know when to use it. When to kick to the groin, the proper way to do it, I'm gonna show you how, is both of your hips gotta face forward to the target, square to the target. So what you wanna do is raise the knee, kick, and pull back as fast as the kick comes out. Okay? Well, you don't kick and leave it out there, because if he catches your foot, then you're into a lot more trouble. So just both hips forward, ready, kick, pull back. Kick, pull back. Okay? At home, you can practice kicking. Now, when you kick, the supporting leg, do not raise the heel like this. Like, don't kick like this. This has to be on the ground. Hip square, 1, 2, 3. You always want to have your hands up. Okay? That's your kick to the groin. Practice both sides, left side. Same thing. So, in terms of your ready stance, what you want to do, like I said, one foot slightly forward, hands up. Okay? You're entitled to give a warning. I call it a verbal response. Before anything happens, if you see somebody coming to attack you, you have the right to say, stop it, leave me alone, don't hit me. Do not hit me. Okay? Stop. Because now you're giving him a warning. If this is the court, you say, Judge, I did give a warning before I did my self-defense technique. Okay? You're telling him to back off. That's assuming that you could see it coming. A lot of times you don't see it coming. But if you could, that's the first thing you say, hands up, and say, stop right there. You don't want to have your hands down here and say, stop right here. You get hands forward, okay? Arms up. I protect both sides. Okay? And you look them in the eye. Okay, so that was the front groin kick. I'm going to teach you a very effective kick. It's called the shin kick. Golf, soccer before. You watch somebody kick a field goal in football, they plant and kick, right? Very similar fashion. Target for a shin kick, the reason why I like shin kicks, it's a low kick. It's very hard for them to defend. If I try to kick this person in the head, you can see it coming a mile away, okay? So shin kick is very effective because basically I'm just kicking straight on. So again, the proper technique for a shin, both hips forward, I'm square to the target, hands up. When I do it slowly, kick. I'm kicking the shin for now, okay? Again, this foot is on the ground. 1, 2, I'm kicking with the instep of my foot. And I'm kicking in an upward session. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, there's a lot of targets on the leg. The reason why I kick the leg, I'm going to immobilize him, can't run after me, right? So, regardless if I kick the knee, kick the shin, kick the instep, kick the ankle, kick half from behind, it's the same motion, just different height. For this particular shin kick is kicking the shin. Okay? If I want to kick the instep, I can kick the instep. If I want to take the knee out, I kick upwards against the knee, or you can stomp down, but I think for now, kick upwards. It's the same kick, just different heights. This is going to be your most effective out in the street. Because you gotta remember, out in the street there could be gravel on the ground. You do fancy kicks, roundhouse kicks, spinning kick. Forget that. You could lose your balance. Your shin kicks are your most effective. Usually, when we teach martial arts, it's very rare that we come up and kick directly. Usually, we get the hands busy. Once you got the hands busy, then you kick underneath. Okay. So all these spots on the leg are very sensitive and vulnerable to attack. The other thing is that I kick through the target. When I'm aiming for the knee, for instance, when I kick up, I'm in this angle. I'm not just stopping here. Okay, that's why I want to aim for. It's like breaking a board. If you break a board, you don't just stop at the surface, you gotta go through. This is the exact same principle here. So shin kicks, very effective. Sensitive areas on the foot, the toes. Usually on that, you stomp down with the heel. So basically, again, your body square to the target. Basically, you're gonna lift the knee and kick down. Lift and kick down. Okay? Kicking the foot. Practice right side, left side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you go away from this webinar, if all you did was the shin kick, you're pretty good already. You can defend lots with a shin kick. Now, out on the street, from what I've seen, all these incidents, these attacks, a lot of times could be like a slap to the head, hook punch to the head, a push, or punching to the front. So let's go over, somebody comes and slaps your head. You can see it coming. So how you defend against that? Raise that elbow up. You know, this is like answering your cell phone, right? They call it answering the phone technique. But raising it up, you can move from the front view. I'm going like this. My hand's against my ear. I'm going to cover my ear. I don't want to have a gap because if that punch comes through, my hand's going to hit my head. You got to protect your skull because you know your brain is there. So it's just basically up. Just protect this hook position, and I'm moving. If this punch is coming, because let's say a lot of people are right-handed, I move my head to the right. My hand is against here, and I'm going upwards elbow. I want to hit this part. I'm not just putting it there for him to hit my arm. Okay. Again, this comes back to your protective position using both arms. Back to your face. In this particular case, I'm just going like this. Left side. Okay, on the right side, same thing. Okay, hook punch, slap. Okay, against the air. Okay, the other type of attack, front push, two-hand push. Most of the time, it's two-hand push. So how do you deal with two-hand push? You see it coming, what you want to do, both arms raise towards direction. Push against them. Okay? You have to raise the arm. Raise the arm. Okay? The other thing is this forces me. Watch my left foot. I step back. Why? I'm gonna suck some of that force. If I just stay here like this and push forward, if he's stronger than me, he's gonna overpower me. So double push coming, usually from here, upwards direction, inside his arms, pushing. Now, I taught you the heel strike for a reason. Push, you hit the jaw, you hit the nose. Okay? Okay, this will help in stopping further attack. And what's here? The elbow. Okay, you get hit elbow, it hurts like heck. Okay, that's so from the front view against the double push, it's like this. Which direction? Okay, so you got all this target to hit: jaw, heel against the nose, elbow. Okay, once you do this elbow, if you still insist on coming, elbow, hammer. Elbow, hammer. So it goes like this. Hitting with this portion. Tight fists, just like you're hammering. So let's do a couple of those. This is the only combination I'm going to teach you. Elbow up, hammer. Okay? 1, 2. Bring it back. 1, 2. Same thing on this side. Elbow up, hammer. Elbow up, hammer. Okay? So, we covered hooking a slap. Two-hand push from the front. Obviously, if you get pushed from the back, if you don't see it, there's not a lot you can do. You don't have eyes in the back of your head. But you gotta know how to fall. Natural response, your hands come out when you fall. right? But you want to land on the heel of your palm, okay? You don't want to hit with your elbow, land with your elbow, otherwise you break that elbow. So if you had mats at home, yeah, you can practice falling. But, the other type of attack, it may happen. Somebody comes, chokes you. Okay, like this. Somebody chokes you, they're really mean to do it and follow through. You got about 4 seconds. You don't, otherwise they start squeezing your throat, you're gonna pass out. So you gotta get that chin down, very important. Chin down. Now, if it's a two-hand choke, I've seen a lot of self-defense videos where they say you can break it like this. Break it like this, or go like this. I guarantee you 9 times out of 10 it won't work. Because if the guy's really strong, all you're doing is just shocking his arm, not doing anything. You try to hook out, he's got good grip, you won't get it off. Even going like this, and if he's choking you hard, you got 4 seconds, you're not gonna make it. So what we teach, you gotta assume he's got 2 hands on me, okay? So what I teach is using your shoulder. Okay, well, I'll put my hand on, try to get some pressure off, and I'm gonna go like this. Now, that's assuming that he's the same height or shorter than you. If he's taller than me, you don't want to reach like this. But this is your alternative. Using your shoulder. It's the hip and the waist to get it off. Now, look at my left hand. Where is it? That's where it is. Choke. Okay, try to take pressure off. Shoulder. Hit. Kick. See, these are all the combinations. Very simple techniques. But try to remember that out in the street. It's a totally different story. So that's your front choke, front push, right slap. Okay, kicking. A lot of times, somebody comes and kicks you. That's why I teach you the elbow, downwards. Now, what you don't want to do is reach down like this, right? Okay? If it's a kick coming to the side like this, so what you want to do is you roll the elbows downwards. It's very important you roll. If you just go like this, it's going to bounce back. So we roll. Again, I teach the elbow position because it's very efficient, how to use it. Roll, roll. Okay, this side, roll downwards. That's how you block a kick coming from the side. You see it coming. Okay. Okay. Knee strikes. Hitting of the knee. Hitting with the knee and elbow, these are one of your most effective weapons because using leverage, you get your knee, you can cause a lot of damage. So I'm going to teach you how to knee properly. A lot of times when people knee, they go like this. It's not up and down. You're not going to damage anything. So watch how you throw a proper knee. Both hips are. That's how you throw a knee. Okay? I pull back, I lean back slightly, and thrust forward with the knee. Okay? This comes straight up. So again, let's practice several of these. Left foot forward, hips forward, both hips forward. I don't want to see up and down like this. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You switch to the left side, same thing. Now, if you have a chance to grab, you say, where do you grab? If I want to bring the knee in. Shoulders, you could. If he's really strong, you won't move him. The principle is you want to move the body, you got to move the head. You can reach his head. I control his head, I can move his body. Okay? Okay, that's how you throw a knee. That's front knee. There's a side knee like this. Gives the Charlie horse. Could be on the outside, could be on the inside. So, how you throw that Charlie horse is very similar. Both hips forward. You use this knee to immobilize the attacker. It's not going to cripple him, but you get hit hard enough, it'll slow him down. Basically, pointed knee going like this. Front views like this. Okay? So, to the left knee, right foot forward. Aiming for this spot here, outside or inside. Usually on the outside. Okay? If there's 2 knees you could use, that's the only 2 knees you need. You watch a lot of movies, there's flying knees, there's double knees. You're not going to try that on the street. Okay, this is not a martial arts fantasy movie. On the streets, you want simple, direct, and effective. That's how you survive. Okay, at this stage, I know I cover quite a lot of material. I just want to go over, review some of it before I get into attack with weapons. Okay, start from the beginning. This is your ready position. I'm going to put slightly forward, arms up. Okay, regardless if even you're just giving a verbal response, hands up, stop it. Okay, very important. Okay, I want to give the side. I'm slightly turned. I don't stand straight like this. Both legs parallel. You see, 1 foot slightly in front. Okay, ready position. Protective position. Okay, against the ear, against your head. Arm in front. Okay, you can still move. You can move up, you can move down. Both sides. Hitting the heel. Thumb outside. Using all that, the power comes from the ground up through your hips. Try to avoid touching that back foot. We don't hit like this. Okay. That's the front heel. Right hand. Back hand. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Elbow. Rolling. Left, right. Okay. Notice I turn my waist. I don't just go like this. As you turn your waist, your hip, you get more power into it. Okay. Rolling. Left, right now. Down. Hitting this pointy part. Okay. Sideways, kick coming to the side, basically is just rolling. Okay, I'm hitting with outside arm, cutting. Okay. Okay. Hold tight fist. This is where your tight fists come in. You use tight fists, you got more strength, stronger hair. Okay, very important. Front groin kick. Body square, hip square, hands up, raise the knee, kick, pull back. Comes back as fast as it goes up. Shin kick, hip square, kick the shin, you kick the instep, you kick ankle, kick the knee up. Okay. Front knee, hips forward. Charlie horse, side. Front hook, front slap. Okay. Front push. Arms slightly up. Step back. Elbow is your hammer fist. Okay. Choke. Try to take pressure off. Chin down. Turn. Use your shoulder. Hit. Okay. If his shoulder, if his arm, if your shoulder's beneath the arm, you gotta do all you can to save yourself. Okay. If it's a hard squeeze, you gotta go in and hit. Okay. Very, very direct, straight up. No fooling around here. Okay. You can hit the nose. You know, some people say, "Why don't I squeeze the throat?" Well, you better have a lot of strength in the throat. I'm just going for the nose. Okay. You want to take that pressure off. Targets, your soft spots, your nose, jaw, side of the neck, your ears, the throat. Okay, if you're gonna go for the throat, you can point down, like this spot here, fits your finger. You go down like this. Okay, that won't kill him, but it'll take him off. So you basically you're just pushing down. In Tai Chi or Chinese martial arts, they call this going to the bottom of the sea, fishing for pearl. Okay, that's the movement. Basically, it's like this. But you watch how I do it. I'm using my hip, shoulder, elbow, wrist like this. If I just go like this, it's just poking. See, I sink. That's how you get to release this spot here. Okay. Weapons. There's been a lot of incidents. Attack with a stick. Somebody comes at you like this. How do you defend against a stick attack? I'm just gonna tape this stick to his hand, just give you an idea. Okay, stick attack, like this. What you don't want to do is take it at the tip, like aiming for the head, aiming for the body. You want to take that, the end of it. It's like if I take a baseball bat and swing at it, the most power, the biggest force is at the end, okay? You don't want to be taking it at the end. So, somebody comes at you with a stick. One, if you dodge it, it's natural response. You can go like this. The issue with that is I can come back. One, so yeah, I go one, you dodge back, I'm coming back. So the defense that is number one, you don't want to take it at the end. If you see it coming, you gotta move in. Going for the arms. Going for the arms, I can hit, I can elbow, but usually I'll take this off first. I roll, and if I grip this, I'm gonna push this down, take it off against its thumb, okay? So you wanna go inside. You have to step into it. You wanna avoid getting hit at the very end. You get hit at the very end with a baseball bat, it's knockout. As you recall, earlier, I think last year, there was a road rage incident. A lady got followed home. The guy came out with a crowbar, busted both her arms. Yeah, she tried to defend herself, but if you go like this, you get hit with a crowbar, baseball bat, it's gonna break. So what you have to do is go in and control it, try to control that weapon by gripping it. Now you can control the weapon. Now, if you disarm, let's say this stick, and disarm it, now what are you gonna do? You gonna hit him in the head? Well, you could. Myself, go for the knee. The most famous knee attack was when Tonya Harding hit Nancy Kerrigan in 1980 something. World Skating Championship. Paige said he hit the knee. Right? Outside knee. Damage it. Okay? Baseball bat, same thing. Usually baseball bat is two hands. Doesn't matter if it's a hockey stick, golf club, baseball bat. It's going to be two hands. If it's two hands, unfortunately, Bob doesn't, I can't move his arms. Usually I would, if this was two hands, I'll wrap both arms. I'll wrap both arms. I can't show it properly. Just so, then I'll throw. But that's what I would do. So if you avoid the first one, be prepared for the second strike. So the best way to defend that, if you avoid the first one, when I come back, right, if you gotta push this against me. Lock my elbow, shoulder against my body. This way, I can't strike you. So if you dodge it, one, he comes back, I'm going in. I want to compress, push the shoulder, the elbow against his body. Then I reduce the risk of getting hit with a weapon. Okay, somebody says, well, what happens if somebody pulls a knife on you? You know, somebody pulls a knife against you, chances are you will get cut. Doesn't matter how you're going to defend it. Okay? One of the things is that if you see a knife coming, you don't want to face it like this because all your arteries, you get cut easily, you bleed quite easily. We recommend going like this. Okay? palms towards you. Okay. Somebody out in the street. In movies, you see a lot of, oh, I'm going to stab you. I'm going to do the ice pick. Or I'll just come movements. Out in the street, usually it's just very fast. Flick, flick, go in. And it's concealed. So one of the rules in self-defense is that you always watch the hands. The police will tell you this. You take a self-defense course from them, and one of the most important things you can do is keep an eye on the hand. Where is his hand? You go reaching in his pocket, back pocket. You got to be aware. Your senses got to come up a lot more. Okay? A knife is tough to defend against. Just be aware of your surroundings. Usually a knife, if this stick was a knife, he was coming at me, I'm going to the side. I'm kicking his knee. I don't want to take it like this, because a lot of people think you can block a knife like this. All I do is back on the knife, cutting both wrists. So, but that's for a more advanced class. But just be aware that any weapon, you really have to be careful. Okay, the other incidents, I see a hammer. Attack with a hammer. Again, if this was a hammer, you don't want to take it at the end with a blunt, with that metal, the metal head. Okay, usually a hammer attack, he rapes, goes like this. This will give you enough time to go inside. You don't want to be taking it on the outside. Okay. I've covered a lot of material already. If there's any, Megan, is there any question and answer or anything like that? I'm not sure what the process is, if there is.
Not right now, not at the moment.
Okay, that's good. The other thing, you go outside, you can carry your own weapon. Okay, carrying an umbrella. Umbrella is a legal weapon. A cane is a legal weapon. Sure, if you use it to hit somebody, well, it's not really, it's not an illegal weapon, but you still, the fact that you hit somebody, you can be charged with assault and battery. But if you have to use an umbrella, it's advisable to carry one because it could rain, sun could shine, you want to protect yourself, shade yourself. Here's a legal weapon. Okay. With an umbrella, you can block punches, right? You can roll, same thing, right? Overhead strikes, okay? Kicks, right? You can block with an umbrella. Now, this hook behind the knee, hook behind the leg, okay? I can hit, I can hook the neck, I can hit the knee, I can hit the shin, I can hit straight up. This is, if I had to carry a weapon outside, this is what I carry. If I carry, if I walk down the street carrying this, I'm going to get arrested. Okay, it's too obvious, right? You know, I'm just doing this as an exaggeration, but you know what? You can't carry that. But weapon, legal weapon, umbrella, my favorite. Okay, and you say, point, stop right there, right? Okay, like today I know there's a lot of material that was covered. I think that most important is that raise your awareness level when you go out in the street. Use leverage. Also, when you're walking down the street, at a certain time of day, you can see shadows. You see a shadow running up beside you, you can detect a lot more, okay? Be be aware of your surroundings, very important. You don't have to fight every battle, but out in the streets, we now have to raise our awareness level more than at any given time, okay? I hope what I've given you is just some tools, some basic knowledge, how to defend yourself, how to get yourself out of certain situations, okay? If you're interested in pursuing this further, learning more in detail, you can contact us through our website, shangri-mantis.com. I thank you for attending today. Time's almost up. I really enjoyed doing this as a community service. Hope you take something away from this. So, Megan, there's anything else that you add? So, thank you.
Thank you, Sifu Bell. That was really insightful. I think your reminder that being aware of our surroundings is so important. And I think all of us will remember a few of those strikes and kicks to practice at home.
Yes, don't take out the lights.
Yeah, but hopefully we'll never have to come into a situation where we do have to use them.
Yeah. Okay, enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Sifu Bell.
Okay.
Okay, so next up, I would like to welcome Lucy and Amy from the Chinese Diaspora Sharing Circle group to lead a sharing circle discussing the model minority myth and microaggressions. Now, everyone on the Zoom right now, if you're part of the sharing circle discussion, feel free to unmute and turn your videos on.
Okay, hey.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
How's it going?
Hi.
So good to see you.
So good to see everyone. I think we're just waiting for everyone to come on. Who's gonna share? And did Amy find her way in?
I'm just gonna message her to double check.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Okay. How's everyone's date going?
Not too bad.
Well,
Yeah.
Yay.
It's reasonably sunny, so that's good.
I know, I'm like, oh, guys, do we need to do more online stuff?
won't be long. Won't be long.
Awesome.
Joe and I celebrated our 38th wedding anniversary last night.
It's fantastic, yeah.
Yay.
Thank you.
It was actually my anniversary yesterday too, so
Oh,
Aww.
yay. Congratulations, Derek.
it's a day we share. Cool.
Okay. Well, maybe should we just get started and we'll see if Amy comes along?
Sure, or we can wait 1 minute. We haven't
One more minute.
We haven't reached 1 o'clock yet, so we can wait.
Oh, we're here. We're here.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask Janet a question. Okay, Janet, do you have a brother?
Yes, his name
his
is
name?
Philip.
Okay, yeah, I remember. Yeah, you look like, because when I taught your brother, you were only grade 1 or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chai Hao Xiang. Yeah.
Yes.
He's a very good student.
Yeah, he's an engineer now. He's doing his MBA.
Oh, excellent. I know one time he was in Germany for a course or something.
Yeah,
Excellent. Please say hello to him for me.
I will. He's going to be so happy
Yeah.
that you remember him.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh.
Yeah.
Weiling, I bet you've taught so many people in the community.
Yeah, it's a really good feeling for me. Keep me connected as I watch the kids grow up. Yeah, it's so rewarding. I hope some of you will have that experience, in your field of, whatever profession you are in.
Yeah.
So Amy hasn't responded yet, but I think if we just start, I'm sure she can just join in anytime, Lucy, if you wanted to start.
Okay, perfect. So hi, my name is Lucy. I'm super excited to be here with you all today and to just hold this sharing circle with you all. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory, the home of the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Nakota Sioux, the Iroquois, the Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, and Anishinaabe, and the Inuit. I also just wanted to tie in, for me, why it's so important to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples and the people and the land that we're on, and how it connects to our Chinese heritage and what we're here to talk about today, which is anti-Asian hate that has been on the rise. Stories are sacred, and a sharing circle, as we know, comes from Indigenous circles, but we also are developing our own sharing circle together. And this is kind of like this parallel process, as we unpack the anti-Asian hate, we're also connecting to what's happening with our Indigenous brothers and sisters as well. And so I hope that this process of us understanding our own experiences of racism can help us be in solidarity and find ways to find actions that we can do to our Indigenous brothers and sisters. And so I hope that in the sharing circle, we just acknowledge that what we share stays here and with each other, and we can take back the learning that we've shared in our sharing circle, and not necessarily the stories that people might have shared in their circle. And I hope in this process that we're repairing the way that we share stories, that we're not taking people's stories and using them, but we're repairing by sharing stories in a sacred way, in a way that respects each other and the people who shared them. So this sharing circle came up from our own our WhatsApp group, which was like Sean, and I think Sean's came on. He showed us a couple of videos that Megan's in, and Sean that was a part of making, and then we all shared them, and we were like, hey, let's do a sharing circle on this. and then Megan graciously volunteered us. Me and Amy. Hey, Amy's here. She's taking her break from work. And so we were like, okay, cool. We're going to do this sharing circle together. So we just did some intros. We haven't done the intros yet, but I'd love to just hear everyone's names and anything they want to share with us today in terms of getting into this conversation. Maybe Megan, you can call out people on your screen, and people can just say their names and how they're connected to this topic.
I guess I can start with myself. Hi, everyone. My name is Megan. And with this topic, I think I'm really interested in being part of the conversation because growing up, we don't talk about this as much. So I found that the more people talk about it now, all around the world, I found it really hard to talk about it because I didn't have like either the vocabulary for it or I didn't know what to bring up. So I'm really interested in hearing everyone's like insights on that as well as their experience. And I'll go in the order of my Zoom. So Jeanette, you can go.
My name is Jeanette. I was born and raised here in Edmonton. And just like Megan, I am just learning the vocabulary to talk about what racism and what anti-racism means. So for me, this panel is going to be very educational for me.
Thanks, Jeanette. And Derek?
Hey everyone, I'm Derek. I'm really glad to be a part of this conversation as well. I'm also born and raised in Edmonton, and although my dad's from Hong Kong, my mom was born here and raised here as well. But I've really been getting into conversations around anti-racism, anti-oppression, decolonization lately, and I think it's something that's like been on my mind, that I've really wanted to explore for the last I would say like probably since probably since like university when I was first introduced to these kinds of things. And yeah, I'm really glad that we can have this conversation, and really excited that this topic is something that we can openly talk about now, especially because of the difficulties that folks are facing right now. So
Thanks, Eric. And Yen?
Hi, my name is Yan, and I was also born here, raised in Edmonton. My parents are from Brunei, but we are Chinese. And I'm interested in this conversation because, to be honest, I never felt that I was like Chinese, but I also never felt I was like Canadian, like all the way. And it's kind of like I've always had this kind of like identity crisis of where I am, like in between. And I just wanted to hear other people's stories and how it's different if like they were a first generation immigrant or like me, born and raised here. And yeah, I know there are a lot of difficulties that we face. So I'm excited to hear what everyone has to say.
Thanks, Yen. And Auntie Wei-Ling?
Oh, hi. Yes, Wei-Ling, London. Being a newcomer many years ago, and I worked with many newcomer parents at school, I'm always very conscientious about how I interact with people and how my fellow newcomers being treated. I'm always watching news or any stories about people being mistreated, and I always wondering like whether it was somebody at the wrong place at the wrong time, or was there somebody intentionally at one point um, hurting other people because they think they are better than the others. No, so this is a topic that bothers me all the time. How we can make it better for everyone. So I'm really looking forward today to hear your experiences and your thoughts. And then I hope that maybe we can come up with some kind of strategies. Maybe we could, recommend to people, when they come to the situation that they need to defend themselves, or help other people in the situation. So I'm very excited about today's discussion.
Thank you. And Charlotte?
My name is Charlotte. I and my family are from Hong Kong, and just like Yan, I have a struggle of understanding myself as either Canadian or as Chinese. And so I bring today just my listening ears, and I'm here to just support the rest of the group and hear about their experiences.
Lloyd?
Hello, my name is Lloyd, and I'm indigenous to this land. I come from a place called Wolf Lake, and that's on my father's side. So I'm Treaty, also like both. Well, I'm Métis and Treaty, but part of the reason that I'm here today is to learn, to listen, and I know that we all experience racism or discrimination in sometimes unique ways as different nations, but hatred is hatred. And, I too am here because I want to understand more. And I also want to see how we can work together as communities to make sure future generations don't grow up in the same experience that we have. But thank you for inviting me here today.
Thank you, Lloyd. And George?
Hi, I'm George. I am a Chinese immigrant, and I've been here quite a lot of years now. And I just want to say it's really nice seeing everyone here. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces, and it's good to see that everyone's doing well. And with regards to this issue, it's become very prominent, especially right now. And I just really want to thank Megan and Lucy and everyone else who's organized this and to really have this conversation here, because I think it's definitely something worth noticing. And as you know, I want to be an active participant, and I definitely want to learn more and share my thoughts. So I'm excited to have this conversation with everyone, And yeah.
Thanks, George. And Amy?
Hi, everybody. My name is Amy. I am one of the facilitators here today for the panel. I'm here because I'm, I was born and raised here, and I always find it very interesting because I'm kind of like one of the in-between generations of of between the boomers and the millennials and the Y and Z. And so I'm very interested in seeing and hearing what people are thinking about um, in terms of, I guess contemporary racism, I guess is the best word to phrase it. I have a personal interest also in intercultural racism, and I strongly believe that racism isn't necessarily tied to one particular group, whether it's indigenous groups or black racism or Asian racism. I believe racism um, is very much across the board, and so what does that mean and what does that look like and what do we do about it in terms of a group, for I guess lack of a better word, for us BIPOC groups, right? So thank you for inviting me to be one of the facilitators. I'm looking forward to hearing and learning from everybody.
Thanks, Amy. And then last is Sean.
Hi, everyone. Sean C., he, him pronouns. I am born and raised in Toronto, and I came to Edmonton in 2016. Yeah, I think Lucy was talking about, I guess, prompting our conversations and some videos that I helped to produce as part of an initiative for talking about anti-racism within Asian communities specifically. And yeah, we've been doing it, or we had been working on it for a few months. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing. I think this would be the first time in more of a public context to be able to hear the feedback and see what the conversations are. So thank you so much for all the organizers and the facilitators to put this together, and really looking forward to hearing what kind of conversations are here. I think for me, I'm a bit overwhelmed with all the content that is out right now. I think in one part it's Asian Heritage Month, so there's just the opportune time to do it. But yeah, I think that, it's not like a straightforward, like all the answers and solutions that are out there, and it's kind of a bumpy ride. So I'm still kind of processing through all of it, and it hasn't been easy, right? And so I appreciate everyone's openness and vulnerability to come to such a public space and discuss, because it's going to be quite a journey, but it's really important that we have the space to chat, and yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sean. And then I'll pass it back to Lucy and Amy.
Yeah. Just before we go on, Megan, I noticed that there was a question from one of the audience members. They said, can we join the panel? And there's a couple of non-video participants. So I don't know if they want to introduce themselves, or if they you can introduce yourself in the chat, or if you want to put on your video or just use your audio. I see that Alvin wanted to join. I don't know how they join. I'm not technically inclined. And there's Kevin and Jean and Karen.
Yeah. So the non-video participants here, they're kind of like our IT people.
Okay, they're our IT people. Okay.
And I think everyone else who isn't on video right now, I think you can participate through the chat.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. I didn't introduce myself like culturally. I just wanted to say that my parents are Chinese Vietnamese from Vietnam, and we came to Canada as refugees, and I was born here in Canada as I guess it would be first generation or second generation. I'm not sure. Sometimes it's like a 1.5 or something. But I'm really connected to this video that we're going to show. You know, when you're scrolling on your phone and there's like a million things that you're taking in, you're like, oh, that touched me for like a minute, and then it really sinks in. And so I'd love for us to see it together because it's so powerful. Sean shared his process of having gone to make the film or work on making the film with his team of people who are a part of it. The poem in the video clip that we're going to watch is from Chris C, and it's called "A History of Silence," spoken word on model minority. And Chris C is an artist, a social worker from Coquitlam, BC, and now living in Whitehorse, Yukon. And he's a slam poetry recipient. So some more of his work is his bio is put on the website for Acts to End Racism. But is there anything else you want to share, Sean, about the making of this particular video?
I think it's good to go, and then maybe if people have any questions specific, I can ask or I can answer them.
Okay.
But I see Amy's hand up too.
Hi, everybody. I joined in a couple minutes late, so sorry about that. I'm just wondering, did we do the land acknowledgement yet?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. I'd like everyone to grab some paper and pencil or some kind of writing utensil. And I'm going to share a screen and we're going to watch this video together. And then I'm going to ask everyone just to have a minute afterwards of silence. And we're going to just write, draw, free, associate what you experience watching that film, just to take it all in. And if that means memories come up for you, if that means feelings or sensations or just words that you noticed in there that really struck you, that'll be our prompters for what you'd like to share. And so just hope to have this immersive experience watching this. So let me hopefully have my video technology. Can everyone see that? Yeah? Okay. I'm going to play this for you. Is the video?
No sound.
No sound. Okay, I thought I put it on. Oh yes, now I know. All right. Thank you guys for being patient with me. Okay. I had set it up earlier. Desktop 2. Sound?
The first time my grandchild asks, and they will, "Where were you?" A history book will unfold before my eyes, brittle spines snapping like a leather belt, some pages yet unwritten dripping with the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors who crossed an ocean seeking a dream that turned out to be more like a myth. Where were you? When CPR foremen sent trembling Chinamen with frail fingers into the tunnels with sticks of dynamite, where were you? When head tax and immigration acts shut the door to the motherland, splitting countless Asian families down the middle like steamed pork buns, where were you? When the boat people landed in the dead of winter, promptly pushed to the ghettos like the rest of the rabble, when Nikkei fishing boats were impounded, their nets deemed a threat to wartime security, 22,000 Japanese sent to the mountains to concentrate on all the ways they weren't Canadian enough. The first time my grandchild comes to me with puffy eyes, asking me where I was the first time I got called a chink, asking me why it still hurts this bad in a country that says it welcomes us all, I will be forced to contend with all the times I've kept my head down and pulled my bootstraps up. A history of silence that speaks louder than a Hiroshima bomb. We have never been a loud people, just hardworking. After all, chopsticks and stones can break your bones, but words will never hurt you, right? So study hard, Zai. Don't talk back. We are lucky to be here, to be doctors, lawyers, engineers. Railroads and laundromats, prosperity and graduation caps. They might not love us like they love our food, but they pay our mortgages while we pay our dues. When my grandchild asks, so what did you do? When they knelt on a black man's neck till he died. When they trespassed and attacked First Nations healing camps. When they called it Kung Flu and spit on our grandmas at bus stops. What did you do? And where were you? When black Canadians paved the way for our emancipation. When local natives pulled our broken bodies from collapsed railroad tunnels and nursed us back to health, bending cedar and weaving bamboo. Did you fight for them when they fought for you? I want to tell them. We tried. We stood. We fought. We could. No longer only doctors, lawyers, engineers, but artists, athletes, allies, activists. Every Chinatown and Little Manila an act of defiance. Every stoic action mistaken for silence. Here we are on the shoulders of humble giants. Their guidance meant survival so that we can now speak, so we can now strive, so we can now struggle, so we can now thrive. When they ask me what I did, I want to tell them, I tried.
I just had to cry. Okay, everyone just have a minute just to write and just brainstorm what's going on for you now. We have a couple more seconds. Amy, did you want to start us off?
Sure. Okay, so we came up with some questions to start the conversation, and we're not going to follow these questions one by one. This is they're just prompts to keep a conversation going. So this is definitely not like school where you have to answer all the questions. So let's start with the first question. How do you, oh, sorry, that's the wrong one here. I got it. Okay, so how do you relate to the model minority myth? So how does this video how does this video touch on the model minority myth? What are your thoughts? What are your opinions and feelings about it?
And maybe what we can do is we'll take a few people who might want to respond, and if you can raise your hand if you feel like you have something that relates to it before we move on to like the next question. You know, we'll just take the order of the few people who might want to talk about this topic. I'll raise my hand. I'll start us off. I'll raise my hand. It's so funny. I don't know. I was Amy in our conversation had said that she cried when she watched this video, and I sat and immersed myself, and I really felt that holding back the tears. And I was thinking, like, this is what it is like. We're always holding back our tears, and we're always holding back the struggles that our families might have endured. And I feel like that is the internal struggle of the minority myth, is like, how do we be this like really good minority? There's that image of the boat, and it's like, literally, that's the boat that carried my family from Vietnam to Hong Kong. And I remember being that when we went to Vietnam, being in a boat, and my parents were just, so my mom has just said, or my aunts has just said, this is the same size boat that we escaped on. And I was like, this literal little boat. And there was all of us in there, and I was like, wow, like, you've never shared this story with us until we're literally there. But I realized there's just so much sadness and grief that there's a lot that we have to hold in. So sorry, I'm like peeking here. But I'll let anyone else share.
I'll just go next here. So a friend of mine just sent me an article that was published in CBC, I think just this morning, about you know, what it means to grow up with that whole model minority myth hanging over us, and our what it does to our self-esteem and our so-called sense of perfectionism. If you're all interested, I could actually find the article and I will pin it onto the chat. So it was a very relatable article to me, and I'll just leave it at that. And if you guys want to read it, maybe you can find yourself in the article as well. So, yeah.
I think Derek had his hand up.
Yeah, I guess I can talk a little bit about that model minority thing, which I think, like, as I've thought about it for a while, I think what strikes me is I think the thing that makes me, or that bubbles up for me, is actually anger. The more that I understand the model minority and how the model minority concept has been used as like a tool to like divide us and to reduce the opportunities for solidarity amongst like BIPOC folks. And I think when I reflect on like myself as like as like an honestly pretty colonized person, I yeah, it makes me upset that that we, like, who are held up as model minority, are used as like weaponization to say like, oh, like, why can't these other people do it? And the more that I understand that, the more that I want to like deconstruct or smash this concept. So yeah.
Thank you. I think George came first, and then we'll have Yan.
Yeah, for sure. Just to follow up with Derek, I think the anger definitely is a reasonable response, and personally, I feel that too. And because the thing about the minority is that it ignores diversity, right? In this diverse world that we live in, it ignores it, and it just puts stereotypes on minority groups, and it essentially, it kind of, instead of, some people might say, oh, it kind of motivates, but I would say that it would really, like, it won't allow individuals to pursue whatever they want to pursue, and in fact, there'll be pressure to, you know, to have all these accomplishments, and that I just don't think that's, you know, any good.
I think Yan.
Before I go, I'll just read out Donna's contribution in the chat. She said that our family used the traditional swallowing bitterness to stay silent. I am third, second generation Chinese Canadian. It took me this long, and she says she's 64 years old, to understand this didn't help. I don't stay silent anymore. I talk to my children, my friends, and community. We cannot heal or solve problems if we stay silent. And I think what she said is really true because I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like especially among like with Asian racism, it's more kind of like hush hush. And what Derek was saying about how the minority myth divides us really sticks out for me. Like what really resonated with me in the video was how they said like fight for them like they fought for you. And it just reminded me about how whenever we talk about racism, sometimes the conversation shifts to like oppression Olympics. And really, we should be working together, right? And I know that sounds a little corny, but yeah, and it's not to disregard that just because you're from a minority doesn't mean you can be hateful or discriminatory to another minority, because like you could be Asian and be racist to Blacks or vice versa. And that does happen, but it's not like, how do I say this? We shouldn't like compete in a way to see like which racism is the most harmful, because it's all harmful. It's just in different ways. And the way that the racism that Asians have to deal with, I think is like, for example, like the minority myth, it may not be as blatant, but it can kind of build up to blatant racism. And we can see that like with the beatings, with the and the violence. And yeah, I hope that made sense.
Yeah, thank you, Anne. I'm gonna just tie in some of the a comment that one of our audience members has said. The video shows more of a silent minority, and the next question we're gonna ask is just, what does silence mean to you? And do you feel that the silence is cultural or is it learned? And I think there is a weaving of the Malay minority being silent, and being silent, taking it in, taking whatever comes at us, so that we can be a good citizen, a good immigrant. You know, do your work, put your head down. So I just like to ask people about what that means to you. What does that silence mean to you?
Sean?
Thank you. I think one of the things in terms of tying in this question to Yan's comment about the oppression Olympics, now that there are, I think now that I feel like since there's been more people vocal and there's been more protests, people are definitely coming out of their silence to talk about anti-Asian hate, which is great. I think that's really, a really big step in like culturally for a lot of us who felt like we had to just, keep it on the down low and whatnot. What I think about when we talk about silence is also, how are we doing it across like social justice for races that are not just Asian, right? And so are we just doing this because now we are Asian and it's public and we feel safer to stand up? Or when anti-Asian hate dies down, if it ever does, are we going to be silent anymore for folks that we know for like from time immemorial since the beginning of Canada have been subject to systemic oppression and racism. And yes, it's not helpful to say, oh, you had it worse than me, or whatever, right? But if we know that that has been going on, and it's, I don't need to say any historical part of it, but if how can we make sure not to be silent for those folks, right? And so that is the thing that makes me wonder, and also makes me wonder when these videos are created and they are like specifically around anti-Asian hate, do they continue to silo the conversations in thinking, oh yeah, we need to focus on Asians now, because that's not the point. And I love how Chris is, trying to be as inclusive as possible, even talking about how we're connected to our Indigenous communities in that video, and how we're connected as Asians. But there isn't like a way for us to incorporate all the stories, but I think there's that power in kind of understanding that we are connected regardless of even just the color of our skin when we talk about racism, right? And so, yeah, I'm curious what folks think about that.
Before we get to Yan, thanks, Sean. Alvin has brought some points up on the chat here. So I think there are two aspects of the silence. One is internal silence due to our culture, and also the lack of a strong nation behind us, which is changing. I don't believe we would be silent if an Asian country is the strongest in the world. So, before I get to Yan, does anybody, and then Alvin actually also added, external pressure to be silent. We don't have enough power or sway in the public media. Even if we aren't silent, we can only voice as much as the MSN allows us to. So before I get to Yan here, does anybody want to respond to that? Have any thoughts or comments or feedback to that? Okay, so George, did you have
Sure, I can go first. I think I can agree with some of the things that Alvin is saying, but I think in terms of as time changes, I think our culture has become a lot more prominent and has become a lot stronger, and yes, part of that, back then, part of us sometimes felt like our nation wasn't as strong as some of the Western nations, but as time evolved, I believe that it sorry, kind of caught me off guard. Why don't we let Yan and Derek go first before I organize my thoughts? Yeah, exactly. That's what Sean is saying, because it's not the goal to be the strongest. In fact, it is the goal to be in a diverse country that we live in, and I think that is a really major point.
Okay. Anybody else want to add anything to Alvin's comments?
I just want to say, just as a Chinese diaspora and having about 3 generations away from China, I don't have any really strong connection to the nation of China. I have a connection to my culture, but as people who've been oppressed by our own country, and is why I'm here, there's a real conflict that I have with nationhood, is that there are people being oppressed within China and outside of China in the name of Chinese culture, and which I find I struggle with, right? Which is the kind of internal racism that we experience, there's like layers of who's more important or who's more Chinese. And, you know, as an immigrant and as a diasporic immigrant, I'm at the bottom of that list of who's more Chinese. And so I think, you know, that's just that one aspect. I don't want to, I want to honor what Alvin's saying, but I just want to also say that the silent, like my understanding of our silence, I don't necessarily think it's cultural. I think it's learned from years and years of many wars, many ethnic conflicts, and many immigrations. Like there is a reason why we're silent. Like in order to have survived so much famine, oppression, wars, like we had to figure something out. We had to figure out how to be survive. And I kind of go back to, you know, when my parents escaped, they talked about how they had to drug the kids so they would stay silent, that they wouldn't disrupt the waters, like literally disrupt real waters. But I think that kind of survival mechanism kept us alive, literally and in reality, in our day-to-day life. So I think it's become our culture, and we don't realize it, that it's not necessarily cultural. Okay.
Thanks, Lucy. Thank you for sharing your story. Alvin just has one more comment, and I'll just read this, and then I'll move on to Yan. So Alvin says, I don't think it's the goal, but it's a cause of being silent, I think. So thank you, Alvin, for bringing up some interesting points here. Yan, can we get you to follow up or contribute?
I just wanted to add it to what Alvin was saying. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I think I took it as kind of like they're talking about how, in regards to the narrative of history, it's very Eurocentric. So I think they're saying that if the dominant worldview was from an Asian country, it might be different. But how I see it is that, unfortunately, it doesn't matter what narrative it is. I think racism would have and will be always prevalent. But that doesn't mean it's not something that can be worked towards. And yeah, so, well, it's been a very long time. I might have kind of forgot what I was originally going to say, but I think Sean was talking about being silent, and I just had a question, just a really short question. Like, if you guys like hear something that you think like, oh, is it racist, is it not, but you feel kind of uncomfortable, like how do you respond to that? Because I still struggle with that. I sometimes like I just don't know what to say, or I don't know how to like format my thoughts. Sometimes I don't even know how to process what they said and if it's actually racist. So I just wanted to hear your guys' thoughts on that. Thank you.
You know, and we are going to have that discussion with our next video on microaggressions, which is totally the next topic. But I think Derek wanted to share. And then I would like to just ask one more question around this video, just particularly around solidarity. And then we'll move to the next video. Is that okay, Amy?
Yeah, so we could do that, but just before we do, just want to read out Sean's chat comment here. So Sean here, I appreciate the comment, Alvin. Sorry, I didn't mean you thought it was the goal. More that I do question our society's pressures to be the strongest, whether country, group, race, etc. Okay, so yeah, back to you, Lucy.
Oh, Derek wanted to speak.
Yeah. So understanding, like I do kind of want to respond a bit to the question and Alvin's comment as well about like in some ways about why the silence, and in some ways I think that there's an aspect of like feeling safe, and in the sense that within like a I guess like white dominated culture, like feeling the opportunity or having the opportunity to say something is something that might not necessarily be easy for somebody who's in a minority position. But I think like, and maybe this is a little provocative, but I think part of what, like in some ways, like what I like to look at with the model minority is like there's a bit of a there's a bit of like a privilege that comes with that when you like you're the least hated of the minorities, and in that sense, like when we have that little bit of power, I think there's an opportunity to be brave and courageous, to say something, to be able to look at the hatred or the racism or the bigotry that we see, and to speak truth to power. And I think for me, when I think of like staying silent or these power structures that give rise to hatred, I think my starting point, like while understanding there's risk and not everybody can take this risk, but that the starting point is humanity, right? Is we're all human beings. We all have solidarity and empathy with each other, and I think when I think of like why to not stay silent and perhaps put ourselves at risk, is that it's important. It's part of creating like a world that is kinder, that's more empathetic. So yeah, so I totally understand like the not feeling safe bit, and I think that is something that we culturally, that we individually, that we as a group of people have to overcome in some way. But I also think that is really important that we be brave, that we do something to combat racism in all ways.
Thanks, Derek. Those are very salient points. And before I read Alvin's comments here, I just also want to add on to what Derek said about about privilege. You know, uh, it doesn't say much about, whether or not we are the most agreeable non-white racialized group. I think we do have to recognize that there are different degrees of privilege for Asians, right? And whether we like it or not, it goes by skin color. When people think Asian, many times people think, East Asians. And from that, I mean, we all kind of know like that sort of goes with that whole model minority myth paradigm. So, and so again, from my point of view too, is that as an East Asian, we do have privilege, and I think it's very important that we acknowledge it, we recognize it, and with that privilege, uh, comes responsibility, right? Just like if we were asking for white people to be allies for anti-Asian racism or any kind of anti-racism, we have a part to take. We can't just ignore the fact that we do have privilege. I mean, I work at a public library here, and I work in a branch that has a lot of different people who come in. So we have a high Indigenous population that comes to our branch, and I hear stories all the time that they get carded. Now, that is something that, me as a Chinese person, it doesn't happen to me. I've never been carded before. And so the chances of me getting carded here in Canada, in Edmonton, is lower to nil than if you were an Indigenous person walking down the street. So that's my thoughts about privilege. But let me just, I'm just looking at the time here. Before we wrap this conversation up, and I'm sure we could take this conversation till 2:30, but I'm just going to read some of the comments that have been
May,
posted.
Maybe we can just so because I know it's
Yeah.
quite a bit to read. I just wanted to have the conversation just in just what you brought up about our link as Chinese people in solidarity with Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Do you think that, just so that we're not going back and forth just with the comments,
Mhm.
is that okay? Just for our circle, just to give 5 minutes. Not a lot of time to have this conversation, but just people's thoughts and comments around that. What would be what is our action of solidarity? Not as a theoretical thing, but what would you do in your day-to-day life as an act of solidarity?
You know what? I'll bring something up here. So I volunteer for a group called Grocery Run. It's a food hamper program. This food hamper program is run out of the Multicultural Health Broker Co-op, and we serve anybody who is in need for food. So we're addressing food insecurity. So in my own ways, I feel that in my day to day is volunteering for a group that serves um, many recipients of these hampers who happen to be non-white. I think I don't think acts of solidarity, in my opinion, has to be like anything big. It doesn't have to be loud. It doesn't have to necessarily look sexy, if you like, lack of a better word. So that's my opinion of solidarity is working with whether it's a volunteer or paid position. You work next to each other, you talk to each other, and understand what the gaps are and try to fill in those gaps as best you can. Does anybody else? There's a really good question here. We had somebody post a question. Is there a generational gap in regards to the minority myth internally within Asian communities? Anybody want to take a stab at that? We have Jeanette.
I just wanted to add on to what you had said about solidarity. I think the biggest thing that I learned this year is to call it out. So when I'm outside, when I'm in class around a teacher and I see it happen, if I see a microaggression happen, I see a comment that comes off as a joke, I call it out and I stop the entire class and we all talk about it and talk about why it's not okay. And to add to that, how does the youth of today begin to dismantle this culturally ingrained practice? I think it all begins with education. So bringing the conversations about model minority into the classroom and talking about it, I think is how today's youth is going to begin dismantling this culturally ingrained practice, and also to see more representation. So if the model minority myth is telling us, like as Asians, since this conversation is about Asian Canadians, is to just work hard, keep your head down, and don't speak out. I think that my job is to break that myth and to promote more representation in roles that are not traditionally within that model minority myth.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you.
Okay,
Wyling.
so yeah, so we'll have Wyland. Sorry, I'm just gonna jump in here. So, in the interest of time, we have Wyland. So, Wyland, why don't we get you to, speak your thoughts, and then we will move on to the next video clip and the next conversation about microaggressions. Are we all good with that?
Yeah. It ties into what we're talking about. What do we do on those day-to-day actions, and just have a look at the chat of other things that people are sharing too, just so that we, in interest of time, we can all read that. Wylene, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to address to the question about intergenerational gap. I'd like to mention, like, I'm thinking about the seniors. They came in the early 20th centuries, with the difficult time in China with the war. They felt they escaped that and they came here looking for a more peaceful life. To them, they're willing to work really hard and they're willing to swallow the bitterness. And they do not want to cause trouble, to cause any attack by the white people, so-called. You see some images, like Chinatown in Victoria was attacked and different places in the United States. So they was kind of like, facing such a difficult time. So they, in order to survive, they have to be quiet. That's the situation. And they not only silence for themselves, they also want to take care of the children, so they have a chance to grow up, to have a life. What if they felt they fought with the white people and they were outnumbered, and then the family may be destroyed? So there's some kind of reality we need to think about. Why does some older generation say, okay, don't say anything? But I think now the time is different. We have generations with education, with the language, with the courage, so it's time to turn the tide. So I hope that, the young people continue leading the way, and at the same time respect like why something happened before, why silence was there for so long, and appreciate what they went through. And do not feel that the older people didn't do something for us. They did not fight for us, but they had the difficult challenges in those days. They had to manage. I hope I'm speaking for the generation that they are now represented here.
Thank you, Wylene.
Thanks.
I hope, Wylene, you don't feel that the comments about silence in our generation is not like to negate the hardships our elders went through. Is just more of what we ended up inheriting. Not like a blame. I don't feel like it's a blame. It's more of like just understanding where, like for me, where my parents came from, and just to understand that, to help me understand what is it in me that makes it hard for me to speak out, and that just helps me understand how to speak out, because then I realize it's not something like inherently personal about me, but it's a part of my culture and part of my generational history that has been passed on. Yeah.
Thank you, Lucy, for clarifying my position. And I don't mean any blame at all, but I just feel we need to know where we came from, and we respect what had happened. And then we have a responsibility now, to move things forward, so that our children, our grandchildren will have a easier time than us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Wylene. So Lucy, would you be all right to get the microaggression video clip up and ready? You got it.
Do you see it?
Yep.
Good.
Okay.
I have the sound on. We have a familiar face in the video. If you guys can spot who it is. Let's talk about microaggressions.
Oh, you got to turn on the sound.
Hi. Can I get a large hot chocolate, please?
I have to clean it.
Is
not what you think it is.
Don't freak out.
Calm down.
That's not a big deal.
And then his girlfriend on the back of the motorcycle yelled at me, Shut up, you effing chink.
That's not okay.
Don't take it.
Are you just gonna stand there?
You're making a scene. It's just a joke.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Look out, man. She's got the kung flu.
It's a joke.
Don't let them treat you that way.
It's not what you think it is. Don't worry about it. That's not me. He's just speak up.
Stand up for yourself.
Just ignore
Don't
them.
worry about it. This is not reason.
You gotta do something. That's not
我話
right.
冇出聲啊，當佢哋講先算啦。
Okay. I'd like to just take a moment of what's running in your mind to write down. Just thoughts, feelings, sensations that you might have, memories of what this video provoked. We had talked about this in our conversation about microaggressions, about just things that happen. How do you speak up? And what happens when there's that moment of freeze, when something happens and we're not sure what's happening. So just take a minute just to kind of write what's going on for you watching that video. Maybe a few more seconds. Amy, are you able to stay with us for the next 20 minutes?
Yeah, I can. I can stay up until a little bit over quarter after.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So this other video, as you see, Megan was in it. And it kind of segues from the conversation we were having, is that we're seeing more of these things, and I'm sure that actually it's not a rise of microaggressions. It's probably something that, as you think about it, you kind of look back in your own memories of how you might have been treated or how others around you might have been treated. So I'd like to open the floor to people's thoughts and reflections on that.
You know what? I'll just jump in here. So my thoughts are, when I first saw this, I felt, a sense of anger, a sense of fight. If you guys know me personally, I like cussing a lot. That's my thing. I could cuss in 2 languages, so we're not going to start that. So, but when I saw this, I really, felt like just letting it out. Yeah. Anybody else? Anybody else want to jump in?
Derek has his hand up.
Yeah, I think one of the things where I often see microaggressions, and it actually kind of goes back to like the model minority thing too, is often like professionally where like I mean I think back to like one example where I had a boss who wanted to tell us a hilarious joke about how she saw this commercial or like that YouTube clip of when the pilots crashed with like the names and like their names had or like onomatopoeia for like the planes crashing down. And I remember like I had a boss who thought it was hilarious to tell this story to me, like an Asian person, and having to like bite my tongue to be like, oh yeah, that's like, I mean, I didn't say it was funny, but I think like I think she could tell that I was like why are you doing this? But I think when I think about like professionally, those microaggressions are ones that kind of like expect you to be in a certain mold of like and like anytime you move out of that mold, or like every time you're outspoken, anytime that you are not like a quiet like demure like Asian person, I think it that's when it kind of like opens up that realm for like, oh, like this is weird for you to be acting like this. um so I think I think it's I mean what I like about this video is it brings up the idea that like there's a there's a an issue now like as relates to coronavirus, but I think it also brings up thoughts of things that are not just about coronavirus, but like just how this kind of thing happens all the time. um yeah, those are my thoughts about that.
Thanks, Derek. Yan, did you have some thoughts?
I didn't want to add anything right now. I just wanted to point out that earlier one of our moderators put out a resource for bystander intervention resources when I was talking about what our response should be when we like encounter like something racist and we don't know how to deal with that. And I was wondering if the moderator could put that out again, because I think this is relevant. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Yeah, thank you.
Sean, was it you that posted the link?
Yeah. So I don't know if folks know about an organization called Holla Back. It's based out of the US, but they have a lot of really, and I think since COVID, they've just really been able to mobilize and do a lot of, I think, a really, really important work in terms of speaking out and just learning and training and resources. So yeah, welcome to kind of share that. And yeah, like I think it speaks to also folks who are kind of don't necessarily encounter racism directly, but potentially see it in workplaces or just in public. And so there might be some helpful tools there to potentially being more engaged or to look out for it, because it's true, like we don't have those opportunities to practice or to think about um, when people get targeted, right? And so until it happens, and so it's good to kind of do our readings and also they're like, I think they have even like very active like trainings and stuff. So yeah, thanks for mentioning that.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks for posting it. Anybody else want to add any sort of thoughts about
Wei Ling has her hand up.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
I'd like to add to Sean's point. The Act to End Racism actually has adopted the bystanders, the strategies from the bystanders perspective. I can't remember the exact name. And MAPI Puppet Club, we actually put together a couple minutes paper puppet adapting that illustrations from ACCT. And it's also played this afternoon with this event. And it would be suitable for teenage or young children to see because it's very friendly pictures. Just a little information for you.
Thanks, Waylon. Thank you. Yan, you have your hand up again?
I was just going to read some comments, but there's a lot. So I think for the sake of time, I'm just going to pull out some of the stuff that people have said I think are quite interesting. The name isn't, I can't see the entire name, I just see the initial B. They said that it's something as basic but powerful gesture as learning how to spell and pronounce a person's name when it doesn't fit societal cultural norms or expectations. And I think that's a microaggression that a lot of us, I think we see quite a bit. Gabrielle said that as a white woman, I feel like I need to model anti-racism and speak up when I see racism. But more so, I feel like white people, especially those in positions of influence and power, need to create spaces for people who experience racism. And she has a very, very insightful second half of her comment, but I'm just a little bit worried about time. Maybe we can come back and discuss it later. But this kind of relates to what, I'm sorry, I forgot who was talking about it, but it's not just, this doesn't just happen between like white privilege and those who are Asian or people of color, but also like within Asian. So like the experiences of someone who's Chinese is very different. It's still different from someone who's Vietnamese or Filipino. And yeah, I think that's quite interesting. And I'm sorry, jumping all over the place here, but it just also reminded me of, I think Alvin had another comment, how they felt like it was more so the responsibility of the older generation because the younger generation, they said, was more influenced or manipulated by media. And that one kind of struck me, I guess, the wrong way a little bit because I think I get where they're coming from. I don't want to, but at the same time, I don't want to downplay how like, you know, it's everybody's responsibility. And I also think that it's kind of like a misconception because everybody is influenced by media. It's just differently. And it's not something that we're always aware of. So it's easy to point out that, oh, this particular group of people is really influenced by media, but then for some reason it excludes you from that bubble as well. So yeah, sorry, it's very, I'm kind of like generalizing and but if anybody has points or things to add on to those comments and other comments that are flooding in, then yeah.
Let's try not to get too overwhelmed by the comments. I think this is a really hard space to share in. We're asked to attend to multiple inputs, and I think the comments happening in the chat are very useful. But I'd like you to, like in the last, 7 minutes that we have together, just focus on your experience, just because you guys are here and we're here to share. And we don't have, and unfortunately our attendees aren't there to speak for themselves except for the chat. But if there's something that is calling from you from the chat and you want to share from your experience, that'd be great. Just to ground us in what we have here together. Sean has something to say.
I think that like just reading the comments, like, and hearing people's personal, I guess, thoughts on where things can be better. Racism isn't a simple solution. There isn't a simple solution to a very complex issue, right? Like racism intersects with colonialism, intersects with all types of like systemic oppression, right? Like it's not just like racism as its own bubble. And so if we're talking about solutions, it's not a simple like, oh, this generation is not making way for another generation and this group is attacking this other group. It's not so clear cut. And so I think a lot of what I would say to a lot of the comments, like just from my own personal view, is that we have to break away from this like divisive way of like trying to problem solve, right? Like we can't be, I think that it's important to call out some of the things. Somebody mentioned something about neo racism, where there are like, younger generations like specifically being racist towards their older generations and stuff like that. There's just so much out there, but the more that we kind of divide, the less that we're going to actually be able to solve this. And so I would say that, it does really start from yourself, right? And so if you're fueling the neo-racism like YouTube content out there, then yeah, you know what your problem is. You know what I mean? Like if you're going out there and like making fun of the older generation, saying like, oh, they're just like, like they have problems and blah blah blah, then like are you coming at this with like a point of care, or are you just doing it to make to fuel and provoke people? You know what I mean? And so I think a lot of it has to do with like thinking about the content that we're engaged in creating, passing on to our future. Like I'm a new father, like I'm really starting to think about what am I sharing with my son, like the language that I'm sharing, like like Amy's talking about profanity, like I like to swear as well, right? But in the context of being a new father, it's like things get absorbed, right? And so how do I tell myself what is the thing that I want to pass on, right? And so this is kind of something that I actually can control. I can't control, Derek from what he watches on YouTube, and I can't control anyone in this group and telling them what I think, but I can control what I am actively engaged in. And so I think it really starts from there, and thinking about, what is the care? What is the care and what is the harms of what we do?
Thank you, Sean. Weiling is I think, probably a final comment before we have to wrap up because our time is running out.
Thank you for the opportunity, Lucy. I'd like to thank the people who entered the comments on the chat as well. I'd like to say something. I don't know if it's reasonable to suggest. Is like if each one of us is aware of our surroundings, and if we see situations, somebody being unfairly criticized or being attacked verbally, or call out the situation and try to help diffuse the situation. I said, I know situations, some people, they don't have the language to defend themselves. And I call upon the younger generations, you have the language, you understand the situation, you're able to help the person being attacked physically or verbally. If every one of us try to do our part, in our daily lives, then maybe a little step we can move forward.
Okay. There's so much that we could talk about. I really appreciate everyone's comments and feedback. I think this is just the start of a conversation, and I'm hoping that we'll all get to participate in further conversations around this issue. And I think there's a big piece about action. Our minds and bodies, this is my little bit of my therapist hat here, is our minds and bodies, when we're feeling threatened or attacked, go into fight, flight, or freeze. And so this is also a very normal response to not know what to say. And I think part of us having conversations together to unpack the protective brain mechanism that puts us into fight, flight, or freeze really helps us get into what we're supposed to do, right? Because our body, if we don't have if we haven't had these conversations beforehand, we can't get out of fight, flight, freeze, and that's what our bodies are there to protect us to do. So I really appreciate everyone making comments and starting this conversation. And I'm hoping to invite everyone to further conversations within our Chinese diaspora circle or the wider circle that's watching with us today. Amy, do you have any final comments?
I just appreciate everybody, bringing their thoughts out, and I think I have to say too, like I really appreciate the civil discussion that we're having, because this is a very touchy topic, and we all have our thoughts about it, and it can get very hot, I guess, hot under the collar, if you like. So I really appreciate everybody, feeling comfortable enough to, be honest and sharing your thoughts and feelings about these two topics, and keeping it civil and open-minded. So thank you. Does anybody else have any sort of final thoughts to add? Anybody have any sort of feedback or anything to bring up?
Maybe everyone can just put one word in the chat so we can just read it of what we're left with from this conversation. Hopeful, thoughtful, community care. Resilience. Yes. Love and resolve. Well, thank you, everyone. That's lovely. We're on our way. Megan, is there anything we need to do to be able to close off this for the next topic?
No, I think we've closed it off pretty well. Then we can hand it back to Ashton to bring up the new speakers if no one has anything else to add.
Thank you again. I'm gonna have to skip out. I'm still at work, so I gotta vamoose. Thank you again, everybody.
Thank you, Amy.
everyone.
Thank you, Lucy, for hosting.
Thank you, Lincoln.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we're still a few minutes out before the next panel that starts at 2:30, but I thought I would just say hello to my fellow panelists, Linda and Lloyd. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Hello. Thank you very much.
Hi, Irfan. I just saw you join as well. We're going to start in a few minutes. And Nathan, hello.
Hi, Sharon. Hi, everybody.
We'll get started in about a minute. So I know folks are still coming in and tuning in, but yeah, we'll get started right away. So I know it's 2:30, and I know that this was back to back with another really engaging conversation, but I also know that we are also back to back with the second panel right after us. So I'd like to get started so that we can finish on time or even a bit earlier so that folks can have a bit of a break in between the two panels. So I'd like to thank everyone who is joining us for this first of two formal panels this afternoon. This panel is titled Stories of Resilience, Community Action. My name is Sharon Yo, and I have the privilege of moderating this panel in addition to being one of the panelists. I work for Catholic Social Services in programs that support immigrants to Canada, and I am an active volunteer in the Chinatown community, most recently co-founding Chinatown Dining Week, which I will be speaking to a little bit later today. This event is being hosted by the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta and is supported by the Edmonton Heritage Council. I acknowledge that this event is taking place on Treaty 6 territory, a traditional gathering place for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Nakota Sioux, Iroquois, Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and many others whose histories, languages, and cultures continue to influence our community today. I would like now to introduce Lloyd Cardinal, who will be sharing a formal welcome. He is also one of our panelists today. Lloyd Cardinal is a Nahiawak Cree with both Métis and Treaty ancestry. His family is Eagle Clan and comes from Wolf Lake, Alberta. He is the co-chair of Indigenous Circle with End Poverty Edmonton, knowledge keeper and educator. Welcome, Lloyd.
Thank you for the introduction, and welcome to everyone that's here today for this gathering, and it's a great opportunity for conversation and dialogue to take place between, I guess you could say, nations. I'm just going to say something quickly, and I'm going to share some just knowledge that was passed to us, to our people, from our ancestors that that were spoken about in the acknowledgement. There's a woman from our history. She's a very famous woman amongst our tribes. Her name was White Buffalo Calf Woman, and I'll just share her wisdom and philosophy with you, so you can kind of understand where Indigenous perspectives come from. So I'll say what she shared with the people. Friend, do it in this way, that is, that whatever you do in life, do the very best that you can with both your heart and mind. And when you do it in this way, the power of the universe will come to your assistance if your heart and your mind are in unity. When one sits at the hoop of the people, one must be responsible, because all of creation is related. And the hurt of one is the hurt of all, and the honor of one is the honor of all. And whatever we do affects everything in the universe. If you do it in this way, if you truly join your heart and mind as one, whatever you ask for, that's the way it's going to be. So I'll hand it back to whoever is next, but thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Lloyd. I think that was a beautiful way to ground us today in our conversation about diversity and intersection of many different communities. So thank you so much. I look forward to hearing more from you a little bit later in this panel. I would like to now take a moment to introduce the rest of the panelists today. First, we have Irfan Chowdhury, who is a hate crimes researcher who has served as director of MacEwan's University Office of Human Rights, Diversity and Equity since February 2018. Irfan has frequently been consulted by the media for his expert opinion on hate crimes. Next, we have Nathan Ip, who is the vice chair of the Edmonton Public School Board and is a second-term trustee. He's a passionate public education and mental health advocate, and he is a consultant with the Mental Health Commission of Canada and brings over a decade of experience in health promotion, program development, and community engagement. He is a longtime community advocate on equity and inclusion issues, having served on several city-appointed committees and nonprofit boards, including the Community Services Advisory Board, the Chinatown Economic Task Force, and the City of Learners Initiative with the Edmonton Public Library. As trustee, he championed more mental health supports for students and building community hub model schools. Last but not least, we have Linda Huang, who is one of Alberta's leading social media strategists. She is also a popular blogger and social media content creator, an ethical influencer, and passionate entrepreneur. Linda uses her online platform to support communities, inspire, and educate audiences on a range of topics, including supporting local, BIPOC businesses and restaurant owners, as well as recently organizing anti-Asian hate initiatives. Today's panel has been organized as an opportunity for story sharing. Each panelist will have some time to speak on the work they are doing relating to increasing awareness about anti-racism, awareness, and education. The organizers of this panel believe strongly that community actions and involvement are a form of resilience. Resilience is one of the 3 pillars of this year's Asian Heritage Month theme. And that although recent events in Atlanta and incidents closer to home have highlighted that a lot of work still needs to be done, there is reason for optimism. Unfortunately, due to the length of this panel, we will not have time for audience questions today. But at the end, and you may have seen if you joined us a bit earlier at the beginning, we will display ways in which you can connect with the individual panelists to follow up with individual questions. So we will get started with Irfan. So without further ado, Irfan, you've been involved in researching and analyzing hate crime data and trends for many years, including some time working for the Edmonton Police Service. What prompted you to get involved in this work? And can you tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing today?
Yeah, no, thanks, Sharon, and thanks my fellow panelists and everyone for joining us this afternoon. It's obviously with this kind of work, it always has a personal connection, and as I'm sure we'll hear from others, right? So someone who has lived experience as a racialized person. I am Muslim by faith, and so I was growing up in a context, in a post 9/11 environment where people that looked like me were a villain or were a terrorist or were a perceived risk to society. And so, it's one of those things as a starting point, because when you hear those kind of framings in media narratives, but then you look around your social groups and you're like, we're just like everyone else. Like we just, are playing, street hockey on the weekends. We're going to school. We're trying to contribute to our community in positive ways. And so really trying to challenge that narrative got me into this space initially. But as I've kind of learned a little bit more around, hate crime and hate crime reporting in Canada, and even hate incidents, we do a really bad job in a Canadian context of even documenting, forms of discrimination based on various forms of hatred, whether it be around race, ethnicity, Indigenous identity, gender identity. And so that's one of the biggest, I guess, driving forces for me in the current work that I do. That also led me to kind of build StopHateAB.ca, a third-party hate reporting tool, to provide space to document those everyday forms of discrimination and racism that people experience, but don't hit that threshold of being criminal in nature. And that's usually the divide I often try to always navigate through. Is you often will see frustration towards our police service, for example, and not just in Edmonton, in Canada as a whole, when something is deemed to be perceived as a hate crime by the community, and then police get involved or it's reported to the police, and based on the parameters police can have around the criminal code, it doesn't meet that threshold of a crime. And so they can't get involved. And I'm a strong advocate that I think they shouldn't be involved if it's not criminal in nature, because there's other spaces that communities can come together to fill in some of those gaps, as I think we'll hear from some of our other panelists. But it's that divide of, well, if it's not a crime and police can get involved, and it's not one of the 5 protected areas under the Alberta Human Rights Act, for example, where you could go to the Alberta Human Rights Commission to lay a complaint. We have a huge gap right now. not just in Canada, in Alberta, but this is a Canadian problem in terms of how we even document and report on hate that's motivated by bias and discrimination towards identifiable groups, but doesn't hit that threshold of crime. Because even if you look at official hate crime stats, and these are things that get reported through to the police investigate, verify as a hate crime, then annually when they report it through to Stats Canada, through the Uniform Crime Report, that's the other validation. I think the last report that just came out nationwide, there was about 2,000 reported hate crimes in Canada. But we also know hate crimes tend to be underreported. We also know a number of communities tend not to report through to the police for various reasons. And in the context of what we've seen in the last year, where there is a damage of trust between police and the communities, a lot of individuals are choosing not to go down that path. But I think then what you end up happening is a huge gap in terms of awareness and understanding on the impacts of communities. And so that's kind of where I tie it back to your question around, what got me involved, is to be able to document, hate, to make it visible. Because unfortunately, we're living in a context where unless we can prove it, we're not believed. And so we've used even information from Stop Hate that comes through to kind of document and say, hey, you know what? It's not a hate crime, so it's not going to show up in the official stats, but it's still impacting communities in very, very negative ways and creating layers of not feeling safe. And we've been able to mobilize that data for, community-minded and community-directed education sessions, for example. One final story I'll share. I know my time is coming to an end, but I know when we first launched Stop Hate, for example, one of the Indigenous communities in Southern Alberta, sent us an email saying, thanks for this tool, but we're not going to use it. But what we want to do is give us 10 days, and we're going to come back to you with stories from our community that we don't want you to document, but we want you to also be aware that it's happening. And sure enough, 10 days go by, and the individual from this community shared about, almost 20 pages worth of stories from their community, recent examples of, bias, discrimination, racial discrimination towards members of that community, that really highlighted that if it doesn't hit that threshold of a crime and police aren't involved, then it almost is like it didn't happen. It's almost like there's nowhere to go with the information. And so at least if we document it, right, when you even look at kind of anti-racism perspectives of at least you're seeing it, you're hearing it, and you're validating it through even a documented centralized space where, again, not trying to relive people's, negative experiences, because we don't share personal information, of course, but it's a space that allows individuals to document an experience of hatred that we can, utilize as a way to mobilize in positive ways. Again, whether that's through education sessions, whether that's through, applying for government grants, because oftentimes, grants will ask you, well, provide evidence the need for these fundings. And so when you have these third-party reporting tools that allow you to supplement official reporting tools through what Stats Canada provides, now you have an added layer of proof, right? And that's the unfortunate space we're living in around racial discrimination is, whether you experience it at work, whether you experience it in a professional setting, whether you experience it in a personal setting, the first response oftentimes is, well, prove that it happened. And I hope we can kind of shift the narrative and say, well, why don't we shift that a little bit and say, well, we'll prove that, it wasn't motivated by racism or discrimination, because there's a couple of interesting cases that have set that as a precedent. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I know I'm running short of time, but I'm hopeful I answered your question there, Sharon.
You did. Thanks, Irfan. I mean, I think the conversation about the need to make these incidents visible so that everyone is aware of the extent of it is very important. So, I think you've helped people empower themselves by being aware of a tool that's available to our community. So thank you so much. Nathan will actually be speaking to something similar in terms of having data to make things known. So I would like to invite Nathan to talk a little bit about moving forward the motion about race-based work at Edmonton Public School Board level. What led you make this push for this data collection, and what is your hope once the information has been collected? Go ahead, Nathan.
Thank you, Sharon, and let me just really acknowledge the work of my colleagues. I didn't actually move the motion. It was, I think, I wouldn't say a rare sign. I think one of the few times that we actually collectively as a board felt that we were going to move this motion collectively. And so it was actually done through the board chair. And I want to really acknowledge my colleagues, their work on this, because it was very much a collective effort. I think when it comes to systemic racism, and certainly others who work in this space and work in equity inclusion will affirm this as well, is that, you know, to address systemic racism, you kind of have to name it, you have to identify it. Oftentimes when it comes to racial injustice, proof of it is sort of anecdotal, and it's sort of difficult to grasp. And I think with my experience at the Edmonton Public School Board and in many of our conversations, there was a recognition from my board that we need information to help us not only identify how this is impacting our students, how systemic racism is impacting our students, but also I think understanding the experience of our BIPOC students and staff, and whether or not our current policies actually serve all of our students, particularly our BIPOC students and staff. So we felt it was very important to actually have data and evidence to be able to help inform some decisions coming forward, particularly as we re-examine our policies. We're currently looking at or creating an anti-racism policy. And for many years, I felt that we had a robust safe and caring policy. We've had policies in place to keep kids safe, but there was always something missing, because there were clearly glaring gaps. And this is not to indict anybody, but we have one of the most diverse student populations anywhere, I would say. 1 out of 5 Edmonton Public students are English language learners. And I think there's a higher percentage that are in fact racialized kids as well. And yet when you look at our leadership as well as our teaching staff, it is still predominantly white. So our teaching staff and our division leadership, including the board level, do not reflect the student population that we serve. And so, you know, that's a glaring gap. And oftentimes when it comes to racism, particularly systemic racism, it's almost separated from intent, because I can honestly say, just in my experience working with you know, staff members at Edmonton Public and administration, I don't think anybody has the intention to be racist. But I think there is a recognition by my board that systemic racism does exist within our organization and our institution. And I think we have to begin sort of dismantling the processes and the system in which it has been endemic as part of this institution. So what we're doing right now is administration has spearheaded several what we're calling community conversations. What I appreciate about this entire process is that it's very much rooted in community. If you recall last year, you know, with the debate around, and we all remember the incidents of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and the conversation south of the border around racial justice, and that certainly had a spillover effect here in Canada. And you know, certainly I recall conversations about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the board's commitment to that. But it sort of was a confluence of all of those factors, including our board's conversation about school resource officers and how that experience impacts racialized students. It sort of all came together to a point where we recognize there needs to be more. We need to do more. And the first thing is to speak to community, to hear from community, and to collect information that will be able to help us make informed decisions. And so we're very much in the beginning stages of that work. But I'm hopeful. You know, it is a little bit messy at times, but I'm hopeful that we're on the right path, because at the center of this process is listening to community. And I also want to thank people along the way, because I remember reaching out to Teresa Wupaw, and she put together a team of people who are experts in this work and had given me some advice in terms of how to approach it and how to support the board in this work. So acknowledgement to everybody who's had a hand in putting this together, because ultimately it is their work. I really had a very small part in it.
Thanks, Nathan, for providing us with a bit of background on the work that's happening at the school board. We know sometimes the work at these systems levels take a long time, but starting with community conversations and gathering information from your stakeholders, sounds like a wise first move. So we look forward to hearing more potentially on changes that are happening in the future. Next, we'd like to throw things to Linda, who has experience recently in gathering information from community stakeholders, specifically in the area of food and hospitality. So Linda, you have a unique perspective, I think, as someone working in the social media space, as both an educator and a content creator. And you were recently a part of creating the hashtag Stop Asian Hate AB social media campaign. Can you tell us a little bit about that campaign, the roots behind it, and what has been its impacts so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say even in the last few years, I've been definitely getting more vocal about politics and controversial, let's say, issues or things that maybe aren't as positive as I normally would post about. And that's, the anti-Asian hate and racism topics were all sort of part of that. So I've found that now anyways, I've gotten to this point where I have this platform, I have this well-visited blog, I have a community of people who are listening to what I'm saying, and for the most part, they're listening because it's enjoyable lifestyle-related topics that are happy. But I've actually found that when I've started sharing more political messaging or raising awareness about anti-hate initiatives or even organizing things like that, that the response is, I would say, even more engaging and to some points overwhelming compared to, let's say, the less important types of content that I share. The Stop Asian Hate Alberta initiative really came, it was a collaborative campaign that my friends Jesse and Carmen, who are down in Calgary, we all sort of got on a group text while we were reading news about what was happening in Atlanta at the time, and just kind of at a loss for what was going on. And then it wasn't even, I think that sort of, that kind of pushed it a little bit, but we had also shared sentiments throughout the year of growing anti-Asian hate, largely because of misconceptions, let's say, about the pandemic or whose fault the pandemic was, for instance. My parents have a restaurant in Chinatown, and even before the pandemic really hit here, business had slowed in those first few months, while the other kind of half of the world was starting to realize that there was something happening here with this pandemic. And conversations as early as then, that would have been January, early February, people were talking about declining patronage to Chinatowns because people were either mad at China and kind of casting this negative pandemic light across all Asian restaurant or business owners. So anyways, we really just, we wanted to do something. And then I think collectively, Carmen's a blogger as well. And Jesse has a lot of contacts in the restaurant industry. And there was sort of this sentiment that came up that, people love Asian food. They love so many aspects of Asian culture. And then when, you see Asian hate occur, and then people are suddenly quiet about that, or they're not loud about it, there's a bit of this disconnect where, you love everything else about us when it's, convenient for you or entertaining for you. But when it's not, you're not going to be an ally, or you're just gonna stay quiet about it. So that's sort of what led to that. And it did have a food angle. So I do write or blog a fair bit about food related topics, and Jesse and Carmen do as well. So we just started to reach out to different restaurant owners across the province who were Asian owned, Asian chef owners, and asked if they wanted to kind of come together in this sort of message of solidarity, and to ask, customers and followers that, and in many cases, actually educating them. It's actually surprising sometimes, when I do share about things that are going on in the world, that I'll often get messages from people saying, thanks for letting me know about this, just because it's not on their radar at all. So that was part of it. So we came together, got a bunch of Asian restaurant owners into this collage photo, put out this kind of message of solidarity, and it was fairly well received. And I would say, the purpose of it, I think one of it was to make it feel like we were doing something, to raise awareness for what was happening. You might hear my dog. I apologize if you can hear my dog wheezing. Anyways, and then the other part of it, I think, was just to kind of get started as this is the first step for this sort of awareness and education for our community and our networks. And then what else can we do after this? So after that initial sort of message of solidarity, we thought we want to be able to also organize something tangibly. And then around that time, we were also hearing social media reports locally of Asian people being verbally assaulted and physically assaulted. So kind of spurred this idea of, okay, how else can we mobilize this community? Could we teach people what to do if they are ever in a situation where they are the ones being verbally or physically assaulted, or if they see someone and then they can help them. So got together again with Jesse and Carmen, and then reached out to Elite Taekwondo here in Edmonton to put on virtual self-defense and de-escalation training for free. So everyone volunteered their time for that. And so that was 2 sessions we offered for people, just so that they could learn some skills and reminders about what to do if you face something, how to still stay safe, but how to also maybe verbalize to support people that are that may be struggling or in the process of, let's say, being attacked. Hopefully that wouldn't happen, and kind of align from the promotions of that event that we were using, because that was part of our conversations was, I need to tell my mom about this, or I need to show my grandma what to do, just in case this happens to her. And I think that was a pretty heavy sort of realization, that we are at this point where we need to, be worried if my mother is grocery shopping and what could possibly happen to her. But it was important. I think it was just important for us to be able to, again, use our platforms to do something good, and then also be able to sort of give people a very tangible action beyond that education and awareness. I do think education and awareness is so important, and often has to be the first step. But then for us, we were kind of thinking, well, what else can we do to support? And that one, actually, we opened it up to, we didn't say, Asians only. It was anyone, any ally who wants to learn, or any underrepresented group or BIPOC who wanted the skills as well. But yeah, it really just, it really, and I think that's the nice part. And in this type of a webinar and the topics, I think that's kind of what everyone's sort of hitting home with, is that community aspect, is that it really just started with some conversations with some people who, were feeling the same thing, or seeing something happening in society and then wanting to do something about it. And then in my case, it helped that, and Carmen as well. She's got quite a community in Calgary, and so there it was just, can we use our platforms for good? And I think that's a message for really anyone, is even if you don't think that you have a big platform, I think it's important to use that voice that you have. And surely there are people in your network and community who will be influenced by what you're saying. So I think that's all I have to say about that.
Thanks, Linda. And I think your point of illustrating how your campaign was able to move from this sort of awareness into something more tangible, I think is is really similar, I think, to, what the previous panelists have talked about, sort of actualizing and providing a space for reporting of hate crimes. So it's documented, and what Nathan had spoke to about sort of, understanding and being aware of maybe systemic racism, but maybe not having a place to move that forward really, and embedding that in policy. So thank you for that illustration. And because you did talk about food and sort of the connection to food, that's actually what I will be speaking to, which is always a little bit awkward being a moderator and a panelist at the same time. But I was asked to speak a little bit about Chinatown Dining Week, which I co-founded a few years ago. So the impetus behind this event was actually rooted in a conference that Edmonton hosted in 2016. Some of you might know that Edmonton actually hosted a Chinatown conference that invited representatives and activists of Chinatowns from all across North America, who gathered in Edmonton back then to talk a little bit about what was happening in terms of gentrification and marginalization in Chinatown communities across the continent. And kind of during that time, just kind of giving myself a reflection as a second generation Canadian, having spent a lot of time as a child in Chinatown and remembering how vibrant the community was, a lot of foot traffic on the streets, pedestrian traffic on the streets, and full shops, and really how different it was, even just a few years later as an adult, spending some time in the community and really wanting to figure out what could be done about that. There's lots of external forces in the community. And obviously it's a very complex, multi-layered problem, but sort of empowered by the ideas that were discussed at the conference, a few volunteers and I created Chinatown walking tours the year after the conference. And the idea was really to provide people with the history behind Edmonton's two Chinatowns, and really to talk about some of the racism embedded in the community's multiple displacements over the years in Edmonton, and really just to give people a tangible bridge to, a community that many people shared with us that they, drove through or they walked through, but they didn't really have a reason to spend time in. So, by providing that historical context and providing personal introductions to a lot of the businesses and the cultural institutions in the area, we were trying to give people a reason to come back. And so, we were able to, for example, tour a tofu factory that's in the heart of Chinatown, which a lot of people weren't aware of. And so, really giving people a firsthand experience of some of the commercial and cultural properties in the neighborhood. And though the walking tours were pretty successful, we ended up touring several hundred people throughout the neighborhoods over 3 years. They really were weather dependent, and our summers, are really unpredictable. And we wanted to continue the momentum into winter, where it's really difficult to do a walking tour outside. And so being someone who's written also, like Linda, about food for a long time in Edmonton, I know that food is a very powerful connector and something that, is a sort of non-threatening way to get to know a different culture. That we wanted to build on the history of dining weeks in Edmonton and created Chinatown Dining Week in 2018. And Linda's family's restaurant, King Noodle House, was actually an early adopter of the event and has been a part of it ever since. But it runs every January for 11 days, and it offers a special price point menu for either $10 or $18, so really value driven. And the entire initiative is volunteer run and has been from the beginning. We have some small support from the city for some nominal costs like printing or advertising, but really it's a labor of love. Everyone involved in this initiative really believes that the businesses in the Chinatown area are community gems, and they need to be uplifted, and folks need to be reminded of their presence. A lot of them don't necessarily have huge followings online or huge presence on social media. So it's really an opportunity for them to have their businesses, spread out far and wide in the Edmonton community. And although the commercial objectives of the event have been clear, for me, it's always been my hope that Chinatown Dining Week can be an opportunity to shed a positive light on a neighborhood that's often portrayed in the media with so many deficits. And so for us, we've always taken care to highlight the diversity of businesses in Chinatown, because it's not just Chinese specialties or Chinese regional cuisines that are served in Chinatown. There's also Korean, French, Vietnamese, and Thai, South Asian, tons of different types of food and businesses that are operating in that area. And we've also found that through the promotion of this, we've been able to actually, showcase individual families. So many of these businesses are run by families, first, second, third generation families. And so we've really been able to celebrate the people behind the businesses and the people who've set up roots in that neighborhood, some of them for generations. And we found that these are in some ways very different stories than are usually told about Chinatown in the media. And this year, because it was an interesting year with the pandemic shutting all in-person dining down in January, just in time for our event, the event switched entirely to takeout. And surprisingly, of the 4 years that we've operated this event, it actually was our most successful overall. And it's a strange thing to think that, of the year that you can't dine in, it was actually the most successful for our participating businesses. But I think it was a combination of weather, which is always something in January, which is never a for sure thing, but also this kind of groundswell of people wanting to really support local and knowing how important it is, especially in a pandemic year when businesses are struggling already, but especially in the sort of depths of winter, right? When people aren't necessarily thinking about eating out. And I think, to go back to the theme of resilience, it was really amazing to see so many of the businesses through this process, but also even prior to being a part of Chinatown Dining Week, to talk a little bit about or sharing with us some of the things that they had taken on for the first time, offering delivery or, offering sort of special meal sets or getting on social media for the first time. And so, all these sort of really necessary innovations that they had to put in place, and maybe not happy innovations, but, I think in the long run, they will be for those businesses, and just to see how they can be resilient in, a year that for some was a very, very difficult year, and sort of in the confluence of Chinatown Dining Week. And so I don't want to overstate the impact of Chinatown Dining Week because it is only 11 days a year, but I know our partner in restaurants have told us that many of the customers that they gain through this event and through this window into their businesses really lasts after Chinatown Dining Week, and they become repeat customers. So we think that's a really great ability for people then to explore other restaurants and, to hopefully, share with their friends and just remember a neighborhood that has a lot of historical roots, and to, kind of think of it in a different way than, again, that it's sometimes portrayed in the media, and have positive experiences in neighborhoods. So that will close out my time. And so next, I would like to invite Lloyd to speak a little bit about a rally that happened earlier this year. And I know we've been talking a lot about sort of different communities coming together and the need for that working together, because I think even though this event is about Asian heritage, I think, the events of George Floyd and a lot of the discussion about the need to have systemic changes are linked to anti-oppression in general for all communities of color. And so I think the Bridges Against Hate rally that took place in March was a really remarkable demonstration of strength and diversity because of the involvement of of many different diverse groups, including Indigenous, Black, and Asian communities that united to march in solidarity against racism and oppression. So Lloyd, can you tell us how this rally came together, and how did it end up involving such a range of diverse community groups?
So thank you, and I'm just going to speak to what I understand about it. The question, I don't know if I can fully cover that, but I'm just going to speak about my experience and my understanding of it. And I guess where I would begin is that I had first met Serena Ma at Building Empathy, Conquering Apathy back in May of 2017. And we were actually asked to participate in that gathering, but how we did it was through traditional drumming, of our people. I drum, I sing, I go to a lot of different places in community, a lot of different gatherings, a lot of different events because of the drum, and because our culture brings us there. We didn't speak for a while, but we did speak again in the past year when Jason Kenney's speechwriter stated that the Indian residential schools were a bogus hoax. And she reached out to me and connected with me, and she wanted an Indigenous voice to be brought forth in that situation. It never really took place. We were going to write an article, but I ended up getting to go to the legislature, invited by some friends who are MLAs, to actually go and ask Jason Kenney's speechwriter to step down and to acknowledge that this history was true. And I did it with some First Nations chiefs and some other Indigenous leaders. Through that, I stayed in contact with Serena, and I shared information with her, and she put it on her Act to End Racism site. And then one day she did finally reach out to me and ask me to participate in the Bridges Against Hate rally. And we came together really quickly. And I also know that it was like within a week, this rally was formed with many different groups. And I will just say, Black, Indigenous, and Asian, to address these issues. And I don't believe that we all kind of face the same racism. Like Indigenous people, it's very systemic, and it's rooted like in the history and colonization and oppression of Indigenous people throughout the past here on this land. But I related to the fact that people should not be experiencing hate or racism anywhere, and a lot of it has to do with education. I do want to say too that when we came together, yes, once again, we supported through the drum. It was interesting to learn that the drum is empowering to all the different nations that were present at this rally. It was kind of neat to see all the different cultures actually dancing to the drumming and the singing of our people. But, at the same time too, it also empowered the people. They were a little bit like worried and nervous at first, but as soon as they heard the drumming and the singing, as they were welcomed into Churchill, it opened up the gathering. I do want to say that in my experience, it was a hard morning for me to be a part of that rally, because when I woke up that morning, I realized, and I did not know, that it landed on the same date of the murder of my two cousins who were murdered in Glendon. They were the two Métis hunters that were shot while hunting on Crown land. And part of the reason that they were murdered was because they were Indigenous, right? And, it was the 1 year anniversary, so it was very emotional for me. And I also want to just address that, I can relate to the struggle of other nations because of the struggle of my people. And I think people know about, the history and the colonization and the oppression that continues towards Indigenous people. But, as nations, we never really sit down and talk and relate about those issues. Our people die on the streets weekly in the city. And in the past years, I've worked in homelessness. I've worked in addictions. I currently now work in education. And you know what? I've been dealing with our people dying on these streets. And you know what? I advocate for them on a daily basis. One of the things that I say, like as an Indigenous man, I cannot take off my historical jacket. I have to wear it daily. And each and every single day, whether I'm at work or not at work, I'm constantly educating other people on the true history and true history and the issues that Indigenous people face here on this land, like daily basis. And I can't stop doing that because I have to do that in order so that people don't continue to perpetuate the assumptions and discrimination or racism that is expressed towards our people here on this land. We are strangers in our own homeland, and we are looked at as like a nuisance. We are in a state of crisis. And to be honest with you as an Indigenous man, speaking about the history of my people, we are going through a genocide, and we are experiencing a slow genocide, and it's of our culture, our how would you say, like our way of life, our identity. These are all the things that get impacted by this. I do want to say that one of my focuses is working with other groups and connecting with other groups in order to actually address this issue. And, at the same time too, once again, I say that we don't always face the same issues when it comes to racism, but at the end of the day, what do we all want? Healthy and safe communities for our people to grow up in, our children to grow up in, free of racism, free of discrimination, and free of poverty. And, these are the conversations that need to be had. I do gotta say, and I'm just gonna say honestly, sometimes I feel like engagement and work between communities can be very rushed, and we don't take time to sit down and actually have thoughtful and meaningful engagement. And even when we're asked questions, it's like respond right now. But I do look forward to reaching out into the community and seeing who would like to sit down and begin these kinds of conversations. I do sit at a circle, like we wear many different hats in the community. I sit at a circle where I'm a co-chair with the Indigenous Circle for End Poverty Edmonton. And I would like to begin like dialogue between nations. The rally that we gathered at was empowering for me, but at the same time, it was an opportunity to share my voice. It was an opportunity for other people to come forth and share their perspectives. But I do wish that more work will be done in the future. At the same time, my heart goes out to any community that deals with racism, that faces racism. And at the same time too, I would just like to have more understanding of that. You know what, I don't want to speak too much anymore. I just want to thank everyone for allowing me to be a part of this conversation today. And I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd, and I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your cousins, and I know that the format of this panel is a very quick time frame, and I think a lot of the issues that you talked about are very complex and challenging to deal with in this kind of format. But I also think you highlighted a lot of really important needs to move forward around, how do we build those opportunities and structures to allow diverse communities to come together on a more regular basis, right? And not to have, as you said, more surface level conversations, but more a deeper, and how do we get to the place where we have the opportunity to have those deeper conversations, right? And to have those understanding and the relationships that are needed to have the clarity to move forward as a community, right? Because there are differences, I agree with you on in sort of every group, but I think what unites us is that desire to have a safe community for everyone, regardless of where they came from and how they came to Canada, or their family background. But I definitely agree with you on that. And I know today's panel is rapidly coming to an end, and we won't necessarily be able to dive in to too many things, but I do think some of the conversations that we've started here really have been focused on what are the next steps, right? What are the next tangible steps that each of us can feel empowered to do? And so just as a closing question, I wonder if each of the panelists would be willing to share what is one action or opportunity you would recommend for the folks that are listening today? Because some already have been shared, but if there is any other events or other resources that you wanted to direct people to, I think this is a good opportunity with our very captive audience, and just acknowledging, Lloyd, that next month in a few days it's Indigenous Peoples Month, and so there are lots of, I'm sure, virtual gatherings that people can go to start their awareness or education building. But maybe I'll just go sort of in reverse order of the panelists. Maybe I'll start with you and then I'll work my way back. Lloyd, if you'd like to go ahead first. Oh, and sorry, you're muted. There you go.
Can you ask me the question again?
Sure. If there's any sort of action or opportunity for learning that you might recommend to the folks in our audience in terms of, whether that's sort of understanding community or, a sort of a tangible way for people to learn more or connect with different people from another community, sort of just an action, knowing that many people, I think, are coming to this panel wanting something concrete that they can take forward with themselves.
So like back to the Bridges Against Hate to me and my understanding, that was a peaceful demonstration of love and solidarity. And that's what we need to do as communities. We need to come together. We need to stand together against the hate that's being perpetuated against minorities, but at the same time, just hate anywhere. I think, like, once again, I go back to education. We need to educate people on our histories and our truths. One of the things that I gathered from everything today, because I've participated in the whole gathering, is that people need to process their historical trauma. They need to be allowed to do that in safe spaces and places where people are gathering, and they have a, I don't know how you would say it, like-minded vision of standing up against hate and racism within our communities. Other than that's all I have to say. Thank you.
It'll be Linda and then Nathan and Irfan.
Yeah, I think I would just reiterate sort of what I mentioned, is that regardless of how large or small you think your network or community is that you should use your voice to talk about these issues that are happening, and to educate yourself first and then educate others around you. And if you are also on social media and you're following people that are speaking out or doing work around anti-racism, then let them know that you appreciate that, or that you learned something, or that you're sharing it too. Because often people that end up posting more controversial issues, they end up getting a lot of negative messages. So just to let them know that they're on the right path and that you appreciate that, I think will then make more and more people do it, and hopefully we're all in a good position that way.
And I'll speak in the context of Edmonton Public Schools. We, as I mentioned before, we're in the beginning stages of our anti-racism work. We will be coming up with an action plan in terms of how we're going to address anti-racism and systemic racism within our division. And certainly the start of that will be an anti-racism policy that will be coming to the board directly. As I also mentioned, community voice and community involvement is really a centerpiece of that process. And so I would encourage everybody to participate in one of our conversation circles that are coming up. But outside of the formal sort of consultation process or conversation process, I would just encourage Edmontonians to hold your institutions accountable. Hold Edmonton Public accountable. Make sure that we are designing processes and systems in a way that serves you and serves our communities, and particularly our BIPOC folk. And so there will be opportunities when it comes to the anti-racism policy for engagement, but I think outside of that, I would like to see our school divisions become more inclusive, even more inclusive than we are. And I encourage Edmontonians to hold us accountable to that standard.
Yeah, and I think I would just like to add kind of, I work at a university, and I think a lot of what we try to achieve here is that it's that learning piece, right? And I think, even listening to the stories of people around the table, anti-racism work is always about constantly learning, because, it's one of those pieces that as you get more informed, you become more aware, you get exposed to, some of the traumatic histories, unfortunately, that still perpetuate our communities. It's really integral, because even my own personal experience, I found, as I learned about, things happening to our Indigenous community, as I learned about slavery, as I learned about lynching, as I learned about all these racial-based forms of violence, it really creates this drive in you, I would say, in terms of you never want to see that ever again. And if there's something you can do along the path to help us get to a space where, that doesn't happen, I think we all have a collective role to play. And so it's that constant learning. And I just want to acknowledge to everyone today, I learned so much from all of you, from just sharing some of your experiences. And I think that's the bare minimum all of us can do, is just keep on learning.
Thanks, Irfan. I think that's a really good message to end on. I think a lot of the stories that have been told today really have sparked a lot of possible questions and next steps, and hopefully the resources that will be shared in a moment. If you have the need to follow up with any individual panelists, there's some contact information or websites that you can do so. But I'd like to, before we close, take the opportunity to thank the panelists for their time this afternoon, for sharing their stories and the ways in which how their personal experiences have really driven this kind of anti-racism work forward. I think the dialogue will be continued. There's a second part of the panel that's starting at 3:30, but I'd like to close a little bit early to give us a bit of a break in between. But again, thank you again for all those who joined us this afternoon, and thanks to the panelists again.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, hi. Hi, hi, Teresa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but okay.
Can you see me now?
Hey, Nathan.
Hi, Amarjeet. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Teresa.
Oh, hi. How are you? I'm so glad this is working.
Good. Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi,
Tina.
everyone.
Hi, Marco.
Tina. Hi, Karen. Hey, Marco.
Hey, Amarjeet. How are you?
Good, good. Nice to see you all.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Thanks for joining us.
And then we got Marty. Hi, Marty.
Yes. Hi, Marty.
Oh, hello. Hello.
There
Just
you
said
are.
that.
Great.
Oh, that's
I love your professional studio. Very nice. I think we'll just get started in about a minute here.
So Marty is going to steal the show today anyways, right?
Okay, I think we can get started.
Okay.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our panel discussion this afternoon entitled A Dialogue on Recognition, Resilience, and Resolve, honoring Asian Heritage Month. I would like to welcome our viewers who are joining us through our website, as well as a webcast live on YouTube. This event is put together by the Chinese Graduates Association of Alberta and supported by the Edmonton Heritage Council. My name is Nathan Ip. I'm a school board trustee, and it's my honor to co-moderate this with my co-moderator, Karen Tang, who is a community leader and candidate for City Council. First, I would like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory, a traditional meeting grounds, gathering place, and traveling route to the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, Dene, and Nakota Sioux. We acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. We're very honored to have such accomplished and illustrious panelists join us today. I'll take a moment to introduce them. We have first Amarjeet Sohi. He's the first Edmonton City Councillor of South Asian descent, former federal cabinet minister and candidate for mayor. We also have Mr. Marty Chan, playwright, storyteller, and award-winning author. Ms. Teresa Wu Pa, former MLA, provincial cabinet minister, school trustee, and longtime community activist. And we have Dr. Gina Wong, founder of the Gold Ribbon Campaign, of the Asian Gold Ribbon Campaign rather, psychologist and assistant professor. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Marco Luciano, union organizer, educator, and director of Migrante Alberta and co-founder of the Migrante Canada Alliance. For the next 90 minutes, we hope to have a thoughtful, robust conversation and learn from the lived experiences of our speakers. And this is going to be the format. We will divide the dialogue into different segments, each focusing on the themes of recognition, resilience, and resolve. We will direct questions to specific panelists, and if we have time, we will invite other panelists to weigh in as well. The conversation format for today is highly encouraged, and let us begin.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Nathan, and welcome everybody, and welcome to our speakers today. So just to get things warmed up a little bit, I like to do a few rounds of rapid fire. So just so everyone here knows that these speakers did not get these rapid fire questions ahead of time, so I am going to put them on the spot. And I am really also going to enforce the 1 to 2 word answers here. So this is just to get you warmed up and thinking, okay. Let's kick off with an easy one. What is your favorite childhood food or dish from your culture? I'm going to start with Amarjeet, and then I'm going to go around on my screen here. Amarjeet, what is your favorite childhood food or dish from your culture?
Well, we didn't have many choices, so dal and roti would be the favorite one for me.
Amazing. Dal and roti, 2 words. Okay, Teresa. Barbecue pork. Awesome. Marco.
Chicken pork adobo.
Chicken pork adobo. Gina.
Chicken feet and vinegar sauce.
Love that. Marty.
Lobaco.
Lobaco, I love lobaco. Wiley makes amazing lobaco. Okay, what does your last name, what does your name mean? Either last or first, any kind of significance. And it doesn't have to be what it means, but a couple words. What's the significance? This time I will go the other way around. Marty.
My mom couldn't pronounce Martin.
Awesome. Thank you, Marty. Gina.
I'm gonna have to pass. I'll have to think about this one.
No problem. We'll come back. Marco.
I don't know. My name sounds Italian, and I probably watching too many Italian movies. My parents. I don't know.
Awesome. Thank you, Teresa.
My Chinese name is Wu Yingyi. So first part is my last name. My last name is the first word is my last name. So my name actually means dainty and good manner.
Dainty and good manner. Amazing. Thank you. And Emergy.
So my name has 2 syllables, Amar and Jeet. Amar means someone that lives forever, and Jeet means victory. I don't know why they gave me this name. I understand. There was another person in our close family whose name was Amarjeet, and he was going to go away to study. So he just gave me his name to remember him. Right?
Well, I like that. Victory forever. Gina, do you want to?
Oh, you're coming back to me.
Didn't want to give pass up on this opportunity.
I actually recently learned what my Chinese name means, and it's beautiful, and I wish I could remember it. So I'll have to tell you when it comes to mind.
I will follow up. Well, then let's start with you for this third round, Gina. What is the latest book you're reading?
Well, it's a book called From the Ashes, and it's written by Jessie Thistle. It's a beautiful book. I completely recommend it.
From the Ashes. Thank you, Marco.
What book I just purchased recently and reading a book called Borders and Rule by Harsha Walia. Yeah.
Borders and Rules. From the Ashes, Borders and Rules. Teresa.
I have
so many books behind you.
I read these. I have no life. I have lots of books by my bed. I have not read book for fun in a decade. So I read for work. So it's kind of sad. But you know what? I do read. I actually read books when my grandchildren come over. So these days I read children's books.
And do you have a favorite one?
Marty's.
Amazing. Emergy.
Well, topical, I earlier on during pandemic, when Black Lives Matter movement was prominence, a lot of people were reading on the history of anti-racism, and I picked a book called How to Be Anti-Racist by Abraham Candy. I'm reading it again, but there's another book I'm also reading that I read earlier when I was in Ottawa. Actually, it's called The New Urban Crisis, looking at how do we build cities that are inclusive and embracing of various aspects of our society.
Very fitting for a mayoral candidate. I like that. Awesome. And I'm going to save this book question last for our author, Marty. What is the latest book you're reading?
I'm reading The Fabulous Zed Watson by Kevin and Basil Sylvester. Really cool book. Kids are loving it. So Teresa, if you're looking for more kids' books, check out The Fabulous Zed Watson.
Zed Watson, amazing. Okay, 2 more. What is something you're good at that people don't know about? You know what? I'm going to start with Nathan on this one because I think he has a good one.
I think I'm a fabulous shower singer, but it only sounds good in the shower.
I'm going to go this way, Emergy. What's something you're really good at that people don't really know about?
Oh my God, that's a hard one. I'm pretty good at acting.
Oh.
I used to be an actor in my younger age. I don't know how many people know that.
I think I actually just learned that you were in a theater group before. Yeah, awesome. Acting. Okay, Teresa.
Good at, really good. I don't know. I'm a bad cook. Flower arrangement.
Flower arrangement. Nice. Okay, Marco.
Cooking. I love eating and I love cooking.
Amazing. Gina.
I don't think people know that though.
I used to work in Jasper at Moline Lake, so I'm a really awesome boat driver of a motorized vessel.
That's awesome. Thank you. Marty.
Let me show you what I'm good at.
Oh,
Wow.
the Rubik cube, right? Is that what it was? I think it was. Very. Oh, that was fast skill right there. Nice work. So this is your last one, and this is not limited to 1 or 2 words, although I don't think anybody followed that. What is one accomplishment you're most proud of in your career? So this way I'm gonna go the other way around, Marty. What is
Sorry, the thing I'm most proud of? The thing that I'm most proud of is that I've been able to make a career as a writer and stay in Edmonton, the city that I love.
Amazing, thank you. Gina?
I would say the Asian Gold Ribbon campaign, which wasn't ever in my plans, but that was certainly a huge highlight in my career.
Awesome, and we're gonna learn more about that later on. Marco?
What am I proud of? My daughter, who is now in university and active in organizing youth.
That's awesome. Following the footsteps. That's awesome. Teresa.
I'm going to choose the 7 organizations I started and built.
Starter. Thank you. Amarji.
Well, I am absolutely proud of raising a wonderful daughter. Both Sarabjit and I are very proud parents of Sirat.
That's awesome. I feel like children are all of our greatest accomplishments. I was talking about career, but you know what? I'll let that one pass. Thank you so much all for playing along. And I'm going to pass it over to Nathan. It was just a way to warm us up and get us to know all of you in a little bit more casual way. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. And I've definitely learned a lot of new things from very prominent, very well-known Edmontonians and Albertans. So we're going to move to our first theme, which is the theme of recognition. And I'm going to direct this question to Marty and to Teresa. We'll start with the two of you. As prominent Asian Canadians, really trailblazers in your own fields of activism, advocacy, or politics or writing, tell us about a time in your life where your identity has impacted your career choices. So we'll start with Marty. And I have to say, Marty, it's going to date you a little bit, Marty, but I first encountered you, I believe I was in the 6th grade. And I remember that I was just so thrilled to see an author of Asian descent. And so anyways, I'll start with you.
All right, thanks for making me feel old. So I think my identity has influenced my career almost on every project that I've worked on. One of the plays that I worked on early on in my career that became a hit was this play right over here, Mom, Dad, I'm Living with a White Girl. And it was inspired by one of my personal nightmares when I was a kid. My parents, they bought a grocery store in a small town in Alberta called Morinville, and we were the only Chinese family in the town for the longest time. When I was a teenager, my mom pulled me aside and gave me this very strange form of dating advice. She said, Marty, whatever you do, don't date white girls. Now, we're the only Chinese family in the entire town, so as you can imagine, there was a bit of a crimp in my social life. But I remember my mom's paranoia and prejudice years later when I moved out of my parents' home, fell in love with a beautiful woman named Michelle, who's not Chinese, she's Dutch. And we were so much in love, we decided to move in together. But I was so scared of telling my parents about my new living arrangement. I kept it secret for the longest time. At the time, TELUS had just brought in a call display so I could screen any calls coming in from my parents, especially if Michelle was at home. She knew not to answer if the call came in from the Chan residence. She also agreed to live out of boxes. So at a moment's notice, we could stick all her things into boxes and shove them into closets and wipe out all traces of her existence. But of course, after a certain point, I couldn't keep it secret any longer and I had to come clean. But I was a coward and I refused to tell my parents in private. So what I did was I called them up and I invited them to a popular Chinese restaurant where I'd offer to pay for dinner. And my parents like, oh, what a good Chinese son. He's showing his respect by paying for dinner. And I was like, no. I just want a lot of witnesses. So if anything happens, people will know. Now, I think most of you have been at an authentic Chinese meal, but for those of you who haven't been there, it's like 8 or 9 courses, one plate that comes out after the other. And I remember my parents' favorite dish was sweet and sour pork. So I decided that I would time the news with their favorite dish so that the feeling of great sweet and sour pork would coincide with my news. I waited and waited. I think the pork came out like 7th, and I was in a cold sweat by then. And as soon as they bit into the sweet and sour pork, I blurted out, "Mom, Dad, I'm living with a white girl." Apparently, the sweet and sour pork was off that night because it didn't have the intended result. In fact, the best way I can characterize my parents' reaction is there's a word in Chinese that you use when your life goes terribly wrong. And that word is "aiya." And it's a versatile word because the louder you say it, the worse things are. So if something small happens, like my Zoom mic cuts out, I'd go "aiya." Or if my camera cuts out, I'd go "aiya." Or in the case of my mom, when she found out I was living with a white girl, her reaction was "aiya." So here I am in the middle of this busy Chinese restaurant, trying to convince my mom that everything's okay. And all the customers are looking at us and going, "Wow, that's a loud family." And most of the Chinese parents are going, "Yeah, give it to him. He's a bad Chinese son." While my parents were yelling at me, I thought, you know what, this might make a good idea for a play. And that became the inspiration for "Mom, Dad, I'm living with a white girl." Now, it's a bit of a blessing and a curse to be a Chinese Canadian artist, because a lot of people just assume that because I'm Chinese Canadian, that's the only thing that I could write. And so I reluctantly wrote that play after about 5 years of trying to establish myself as a playwright in Edmonton without writing anything about my cultural background, because I wanted people to look at me as a writer first. And of course, those plays had different degrees of success, but the one play that had the biggest success was "Mom, Dad, I'm living with a white girl." And it sort of fulfilled the biggest fear that I had, because right after that, every producer, every publisher would approach me and they'd say, "I've got a great idea for you. It's set in China." And so it's been probably an uphill battle, even as recently as just the last publisher. Another publisher approached me about writing something to do with my Chinese heritage, even though I grew up in a small town. Like, if you want me to write about my French Canadian town background growing up in Morinville, I'm your expert. But as for the Chinese culture, I have a passing knowledge of all things Chinese, but I'm nowhere close to being an expert. And that's one of the struggles that I find being a Chinese Canadian artist, is sort of the publishers and the producers just assume that because I'm Chinese, that's the only thing I can write.
That's phenomenal, Marty. You're not only a fantastic writer, but you're a fantastic entertainer. And we'll have to kind of explore that a little bit, because growing up in a small town and sort of becoming a writer, that wouldn't have been the typical formula that I would have expected, or many would have expected.
No, not at all.
Thank you so much for sharing, Marty. And now I'll ask the same question to Teresa. Teresa, you started 7 different organizations, have been involved in your community prior to politics, and have served your community in different ways your entire life. Tell us about a time in your life where your identity has impacted your career choices.
Well, first, I'd like to say that now I understand what Emoji was saying, that Marty will steal the show anyways. What can be compared with sweet and sour pork? So anyways, I think similar to Marty, I think that I realized that a lot of my professional life actually was impacted by my identity. So I start with the fact that I came to Canada as an adolescent, to join my maternal side of my family. So my family is first generation Canadian, but in fact, I'm actually 4th generation within my families. Because my great-grandfathers, both of my great-grandfathers, came to Canada and North America as laborers. So my family is a product of some very discriminatory policies that had real impact on us, because the generations of my family were separated. My father met my grandfather for the first time at 41 years of age at the old Calgary airport. And I came also without any proficiency of English. So I think despite my father's effort, he was not really totally successful in acquiring English as a second language fluently. So I understand from the people immediately around me the struggle they have and with language, in this country. But that did not prevent them from being contributing citizens. They work every day of their, productive life in this country. So anyways, I think that understanding led me to form my first organization was the Calgary Chinese Community Service Association. And I was the volunteer chair and executive director for 25 years. And I had the opportunity to listen and understand people who struggle, who are not able to access the support and services they need, who are discriminated in the workplace, but they have no place to go to actually to seek their justice. So I think that led me to also, understand the need of our children and youth being bicultural, biracial in this country. So I started, a language school that taught Chinese as a second language. I started a multicultural camp program, very focused on addressing identity and positive identity development of children and youth. So from there, I got involved with United Way as an anti-discrimination trainer. And around the same time, the province cut budget, and the school board cut 3% across the system, but cut ESL by 50%. So I became involved in the Coalition for Equal Access to Education. And at that point, it was people around me that urged me to run for office. So it was not really in my plan, but because of my work in the community stemmed from understanding the need of racialized minorities that I ran for office. Well, first I demonstrated outside school board, and then I ran for office. And so with the support of the community, I was able to become the first, immigrant woman of Asian descent to be elected to this board. And from there, I went back to actually more community work. So now that I have a greater appreciation for public policy, which was not my favorite subject at university, but now coming to realize the impact of public policy, that I started the Asian Heritage Foundation to facilitate social change through cultural activities and events. And I also started the Ethnocultural Council of Calgary, now Action Dignity, to bring community together to find ways to address common issues and concerns and influence public policy. So when my writing became vacant, so people urged me to run. So I thought, well, maybe this is the time for me to put my talk into my walk. And so I decided to run for provincial politics. So I think as a racialized Canadian, I recognize the need to get into public institution to give voice to community and issues of concern of the communities, and recognize the need to access institutional power to influence decisions and make changes. So I think my personal identity, being fourth generation, first generation, and my work in the community definitely influence a lot of the work that I do.
Thank you, Teresa. And every time I hear your story, I'm always inspired, because you were in so many ways, like Marty, a trailblazer, first in your field, sort of opening doors. As a follow-up question to both of you, was there ever a time where you felt deterred from the path that you were taking because perhaps there weren't very many that were before you, in your position? So I'll start with you, Marty.
Deterred, yes. I mean, it's hard to sort of strike out when there aren't a lot of Chinese Canadian playwrights at the time. I remember in university, I went to the library to try to do a paper, and I wanted to write about the Asian theater scene. And the only play I could find was M. Butterfly by David Henry Hwang, an American Asian playwright. And that was sort of my life preserver in terms of pushing myself forward as a playwright, because I thought if one Asian playwright can make it, then maybe I have a shot at it. And I still think about that moment in the library when I found that play, and it gave me that hope. And flash forward to 2004, when Mom Dad got an off-Broadway production. The producer of the play was on the committee for the Tony Awards, and there was a fundraiser. So she invited me as her plus one. And I had the good fortune to meet David Henry Hwang at that fundraiser. And I remember I turned into a real fanboy, and I just gushed over him for about 5-10 minutes, or as long as he'd allow me to talk to him, before he said thank you very much and moved on. But I always think about, as somebody who doesn't have a lot of role models, that the key is to believe in yourself, but the key is also to find those role models, because they do exist and they have different degrees of success. I'm hoping that there's a generation of East Asian or Asian artists that are looking at somebody like Ines Choi, who came up with Kim's Convenience, and they're saying, hey, if it's possible for him to turn his family story into this long-running CBC sitcom, then maybe I can do it as well. And that's my greatest hope right now.
Amazing. Thank you, Marty. Teresa, were you ever deterred on this pathway that you've embarked?
Well, yeah, that's a very interesting question. So I would like to first say that my journey have over the past 45 years have been a relatively organic one. So I did not plan to run for public office. I did not plan to do a lot of things I ended up doing. Like actually last March, I thought that I would be organizing my children's photos. And I spent the last 12 months every single day for 5+ hours working on anti-Asian racism work. So, but I was supported by a lot of I was supported by my family and a lot of communities around me, and have had good mentors. But first, when I was building the Chinese Community Service, I was rejected by every single level of government. I was rejected by every single funding institution. I was rejected by every single bank at the time. I started that organization in the 80s. And so it took me 15 years to overcome that. But when I was rejected by the city for 3 years in a row by my fellow social workers, I had to take 10 days off and from volunteering. And before I decide, I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna try again. So they made me cry. They disappointed me, they rejected me, and I went back. When I won my first election, Nathan, as the school board trustee, I actually put a lot of these things behind me for a long time. And a lot came back the last 12 months. So after I won, someone wrote me a letter, took time to write me a letter to call me the Yellow Peril. So that was the first time I actually came in personal contact with the term Yellow Peril. But you know what, before that letter, when I was campaigning for the first time in my life, I actually had people who asked, what kind of last name is this? People who would not take my brochure, people who would not shake my hand. So my 3 young children at the time, they did what they supposed to do as good children. They went to drop off leaflet for mom, but they said they would never do door knocking because I think they were scarred. So I think that, but there's so many actually, when you ask me this question, I thought maybe 1 or 2, but there's so many. And the last one I'm gonna share is, I was very disheartened when I was an MLA. I was a cabinet member, and someone from Ottawa said, all elected people of Chinese descent have to behave differently, have to accept being scrutinized differently. I think that was a very hard day for me. And as someone who have lived here now for 49 years, this is my 49th year. So you saw what happened to Dr. Theresa Tam. It's the same thing. Is that our loyalty to Canada, our citizenship can be easily challenged, whether it's 160 years ago or today.
Yeah, I would add to that in the sense that because of the pandemic and a lot of the finger pointing to China, there's part of me that I am all for vaccination. And I can see people talking about, as soon as I get my second dose, life goes back to normal. And I'm like, good for you. But for me, life doesn't go back to normal after my second dose. As a kids author who has to go into a lot of communities where there aren't a lot of Asians, I understand that the fear that came out of the pandemic will translate into hatred. And there's a lot of ignorance out there. And there's part of me that goes, you know what, I'm in my 50s. I don't know if I really want to go out to those communities, which is why I've built up this sort of virtual platform to do my presentations, because at a certain point, you know that the ripple effects of the pandemic and its impact on Asians is going to extend well beyond this summer. It's going to last for a very long time. And it requires a lot of work on both sides to be able to bring everything back together.
And we're definitely going to follow up on that theme of what we can do to counteract some of what we're seeing here. But I'm going to pass it on to Karen to take us to the next segment. Thank you both.
I feel like I was just so absorbed in all of your stories that I actually forgot I was a moderator, but thank you all for sharing. I just want to invite Marco to put a spotlight on Marco. We were planning to have two speakers for this segment, but unfortunately we're missing Adrian, but we're so happy, Marco, you are here. So Nathan's segment was really about recognition. So really understanding how our identity plays into the choices and our paths. This part is about resilience, which is really about overcoming. And I guess, Marco, I want to start with you. I think you have I don't know you super well, but I feel like you have a very interesting story. Your work is quite extraordinary. But I want to start with your personal life a little bit. Can you tell us a time when you faced stereotypical discrimination, you found a way to confront, and overcome some of those feelings? What did you do?
I never really, at the beginning when I arrived in Canada in 1986, I believe, I never, racism to me is not non-existent. I don't know what it is. I was 17 then, living in Montreal at that time, going to university. I've made a lot of friends, and many of those friends are not from my culture. They're mostly white, and oftentimes, I hang out with these folks, and there was one time that I remember one of them joined me for lunch and started talking about his father being a Vietnam vet, right? And he started talking and going on and on about how he also went to Vietnam with his dad to revisit. And then in the end, I go like, you know what? I'm not Vietnamese. I am Filipino. And so that look on his face just sort of, I cannot describe. But he just stood up and left. And since then, I get this. Oftentimes, it's about the food that I eat, right? It's about how I get questioned on, do Filipinos eat dogs? I go, I don't know. I don't eat dogs. And what does it taste like? So I for a long time, I never thought it is racism. I never thought that it is an issue, even, right? And there's some cases in Montreal, and when I moved to Toronto, even every time I go to a government office and get some kind of a service, and I tell my name is Marco Luciano. My full name is Marco Antonio Di Maano Luciano, and they look at me and go like, "You don't look Italian. Can I see your ID?" I go like, okay, here's my ID. There's a picture in my ID. That's me. Look. um, but the more I get this, the more I started to realize, there's something going on. There's something wrong. And that's when I started to really look for some support systems, my community, right? Which I kind of ignore when I first arrived. I guess it's stemming from from a colonial country who looked into the West as the best, right? And since then, I started to realize that I needed to really dig deeper on what our community means to me, and what's its history in terms of migration to Canada. And of course, when I moved to Alberta in 2013, it continues. I often get this, oh, you're a Filipino. Do you know any nanny? I needed a nanny, and I know you people are good workers. So I get that a lot. I still get that, even especially in my work as a director of a migrants advocacy organization. I often get that. And confronting these systemic racism is and overcoming it is, for me, it's not really easy. I get into a lot of fights when I was younger. But then again, I found a small community, a small group when I was younger, a youth group that started studying together, learning more about our history, and now I'm dedicating more time to assisting many Filipinos, many migrant workers. As you know, Aaron, that many of the migrant workers in Alberta now are from the Philippines. They're either at the under the live-in caregiver program or the quote-unquote low-wage sector that are now living and cohabiting with us here in Alberta.
Yeah, I think I only learned that the Philippines were under Spaniards colonization for 400 years. Only last fall with one of your events in the community, and you're so connected right now. And I think you're key about that community support network as a mechanism for resilience is just very on point. I do want to talk a little bit about your work with migrants. We're like today we're talking about Asian identity, and you work with so many people who are undocumented, who are can't really kind of put that identity really out there. How have you and your team Migrante help people overcome some of those challenges?
We have been we started in 2013 here in Alberta when I moved, and I remember Amarjeet was even in many of our events during that time, and it's really creating a support system for many of the migrant workers that were here. And at that time, there's this a policy called 4 in 4 out, where many migrants can only stay in Canada for 4 years, and they're banned from coming back to Canada for another 4 years. And so after their time is up, many of these Filipino migrants stayed, because of the fact that, the socioeconomic conditions back home, they cannot survive, right? So many of them have made that hard decision to stay undocumented. And ever since, these undocumented migrants, this anecdotal number of 50,000 to 75,000 in the province of Alberta alone. They're the most creative people that I've ever met. Imagine, many of them are undocumented between 5 to 20 years, living and residing in Edmonton, in any other cities in Alberta. And they're without status, without any identification, but they continue to work here, they continue to shop here, they continue to buy stuff in our province, and generate that economy, right? Meanwhile, they do not have access to healthcare, they do not have access to any benefits that any Canadians or residents have. So I find them the most creative and the most resilient people I ever met in my work within migrants advocacy, circles.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'll just end, the segment to say that, there is a lot of temporary foreign workers who can be in, precarious situations, and many of them are women, from Southeast Asia. Thank you for that tremendous work. I'm gonna pass this back to Nathan for that last theme of resolve. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you, Karen. And certainly in all of the stories we've heard so far, there is no question that resolve is a part of all of your stories, but we're going to address it more directly. And resolve to me is, a kind of fortitude, a commitment, an adherence, a certain strength. And it is the theme of our third segment, which I'm going to direct to Amarjeet as well as Gina. And I'll start with you, Amarjeet. How has your identity as an Asian Canadian person given you strength and resolve in your life?
Oh, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this very important discussion. Nice to see some familiar faces I haven't seen for a while. So looking forward to see you in person when things open up a bit, keeping our fingers crossed. I came to this country 40 years ago. I remember getting off the plane at Edmonton International Airport on November 21st, 1981. Well, the coldest day ever in my life that I experienced. But, that's and I couldn't speak the language. I didn't understand the culture. Only thing I had was the love and support of my brother and my sister-in-law, and a dear brother who just passed away this October, right? So it was tough. It was tough. A lot of discrimination, bullying, racism. But at that time, I did not understand what racism was, because you feel so lucky to be in this country, right? That this country is going to give you so many opportunities, and it did. Absolutely, I'm very proud of what I got. But at that time, I wasn't really thinking about in terms of racism and discrimination. I was more thinking about, okay, well, I'm kind of a shy person. I'm not fitting in. It is me. It's because of me. My lack of set of communication, my lack of not ability to understand the language and culture. So I was kind of blaming myself for all the things that were happening to me. So it took me a while to really understand the impact of that on me personally, as well as how I reacted to that. But I think those personal lived experiences really help you build some skills that give you that resiliency, that give you that ability to fend off some of the obstacles that you face in life. And I've been through a few other rough times as well. So I think when I look back at my history and where I started and where I ended up, being Minister of the Crown, making decision on behalf of 38 million Canadians in the infrastructure portfolio or natural resources portfolio. So it's a remarkable journey in a way, but it's also a journey that when I talk to Canadians, they relate to it, because all of us have gone through those struggles. All of us have gone through those ups and downs. I think our personal experiences make us resilient, right? That's one. The second is like in my life, family has been always so critical and important. I don't think I would have been able to get much done if in earlier days my brother and my sister-in-law weren't there for me, and they weren't there to stand with me during those hard times and provide me the guidance and how to deal with those issues. And now with my wife, absolutely, Sarabjit is a phenomenal phenomenal individual who gets me help, who helped me get through those. And the third thing, I think I spent quite a bit of time traveling other cities in Canada and other cities in the US. But there's something here in our city, here in Edmonton, right? Despite the challenges, despite, oh, is it me? It's on my end?
Nope, I think it was one of our participants, but we've hopefully fixed that.
Got it.
Apologies.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that there's something in this city here. There's a sense of community here in Edmonton that despite all these challenges, that will lift you up, right? It'll give you that support for you to succeed and get ahead. I think so. When I look at resiliency, when I look at resolve, it's not just the individual resolve, but it's also the other supports that you get from your family, from your community, from friends. Another aspect, your allies, right? One thing that in our work on anti-racism work that I have been leading at City Hall, was leading at City Hall, now I teach about it at McCune University, is that importance of allies, really understanding that the personal experiences that we have are also the personal experiences of many, many other people, right? So seeing racism as a societal issue and willingness to be allies with those who experience that more in some cases in at certain time, right? You know, racism against Indigenous communities, Black Canadians, other racialized communities has been present for decades and centuries. You know, when you look back and trace back the history of this country. But from time to time, certain communities get targeted more because of the current events, and that's exactly what we have seen now with the Asian Canadian community being targeted because of misinformation around COVID. But as a racialized person, as someone who have experienced racism, it is my responsibility to stand with others who experience racism. I think that the allyship help you build that resiliency. It help you build that resolve and give you energy. It give you hope. It's inspired you that, you know, you're not alone in this. There's so many other people who are going through the similar experiences, and together that we can move forward, right? So I think that's what inspired, and that's what gives me strength to carry on.
I really appreciate that, Amarjeet, and that reminder that our journeys are not ours alone, that oftentimes we draw strength from our communities, from our, whether it's your family, whether it's your allies, the greater community. We are products of kind of the communities with which we belong. So I appreciate that very inspirational message, and I'll come back to it in just a little bit. I want to now turn to Dr. Gina Wong and talk to you as well, Dr. Wong, about how your identity as an Asian Canadian person has given you strength and resolve in your life.
Thanks, Nathan. I also want to start by saying how privileged I am to be on this panel. Thank you for inviting me, and Amarjeet. That was very inspiring. I loved what you said and what you said about our own stories and family. Where I want to start is by saying that I struggle with this question. And when I thought about why I struggled with the question, it actually mirrors my own developmental process of coming to a place where I could say that I was a proud, Asian Canadian woman. And so as I thought about my response to this, it got me to think about, how my own identity has been fraught with so many challenges, and that it's been a struggle for my whole life, basically, which really shifted in this last year with all the anti-Asian racism that was happening and things that I had to face within myself, and shifting to the intense pride that I now feel as a Chinese Canadian woman. So I want to share it with you in 3 stories. They're quick, and the first one is called Chinese Girl with Scraped Knees. The second one is called Me, Myself, and I, the 3 Imposters. And the third one is self-discovery and claiming my identity. So I'm going to start with the first one, which is a Chinese girl with scraped knees. And this is a story that I've published before, and I'm just going to share with you an excerpt because it does share my own personal experience and my experiences of growing up in Montreal in grade 1. We were the only Asian family in our community. So in my Montreal Canadian girlhood, sounds of ridicule emanate from schoolmates. Chink, chink, chink is chanted in indignant rhythm. Images behind the blitz of emotions show little girls and boys spitting on the sidewalk at my feet as they chase and kick me. I can't recall my feelings in those moments nor my reactions. I must have felt powerless, confused, and helpless, like a child falling down after being tripped. But as to the exact feelings and how much the scrape hurt, I don't know. Through even blurred memories, saps of intense emotions, and amidst uncertainty of immediate feelings, one message sank in loud and clear. I'm different. But not only am I different, I'm lesser than these white-skinned children. A snapshot captures life lived in moments and bites. It does not, however, preserve the underlying emotions. My feelings are numb to the ridicule. I can't pinpoint one moment that I felt a certain way about myself or about those children. Like a pot of water on a low flame stove, the heat slowly penetrated into the viscera of my soul. Their bitter words, their fingers pulling at the sides of their eyes to imitate my Chinese eyes, flavor the pot and simmered it, stewing passively over the years in ways that I could only recognize in retrospect. I recall praying and wishing deep within myself that I could be different from the lesser than inferior Chinese people. The greatest compliment anyone could have paid me during my early teen years was that I didn't look or act Chinese. And I strove hard for this, immersed in the dominant culture in school. And I spoke English without an accent. I spoke no Chinese at all and denied any comprehension. And I spent immeasurable amounts of time trying to alter my appearance, all because I believed that the natural me was worthless. So then it turns to my second story, me, myself, and I, the three imposters, and my feelings and experiences of deep shame and alienation, stemming from the internalized racism that comes out of experiences like that. I failed as a white Canadian girl, even though I desperately wanted to fit in. My appearance gave me away. I was the quintessential banana, white inside, yellow outside. I was too Chinese. And I failed at being a Chinese girl through the eyes of my parents and grandparents. Living in the crevice and the cultural chasm, the bicultural identity divide, where I was rejected. I wasn't Chinese enough. And to myself, a lost identity. I didn't know who I was, so I just didn't think about it a lot, which is why I struggled with this question. And my last story to this past year in my journey of self-discovery and claiming my identity and agency as a Chinese Canadian woman. This year, the resurgence of anti-Asian racism forced me in many ways to examine my own past racial traumas, much like the work that I do with Asian clients and other clients in my psychology practice around relational traumas. I too am and was on my journey of processing and looking at my own traumas, the hurts, and recognizing what my own emotional triggers are. And over the last 2.5 months, I would say out loud to news media when I was asked about my own personal experiences growing up with racism. And I would, easily talk about my experiences of being spit on and being hit on for being Asian. But when the recording stopped and the virtual meeting ended, I would sink my head into my hands and I would cry. And I would think about that eclipsed part of me, that little girl who in shame and in survival never wanted to talk about those stories. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. And in the pain and in sharing those stories, I've become more whole and more integrated. Those denied parts of myself, the shameful, the hidden, the submerged, are being integrated into my own being. And sharing these stories, much like I am right now, is helping me to do that integration. My strength and my resolve in my identity as an Asian Canadian woman came through when I founded the Asian Gold Ribbon Campaign. I could no longer be silent. I could no longer think about the youth of this next generation experiencing what I did and what so many of us and previous generations experienced. I didn't want them to endure that, so I couldn't be silent. I had to tell my stories, and youth had to be involved. And this little grassroots campaign that started about, 9 weeks ago has contributed to an Asian movement. We reached 80 countries and roughly 27 million people. But I have to say, more importantly, in the core of my being, I have deep pride and resolve as a Chinese Canadian woman. The biggest part in all of it is the revelation that I had that there is nothing wrong with me. Much of what my years spent was that it was me. But the site of the issues lives in the sociocultural context, the systemic racism that exists on a global scale. That's where the problem lives. And as an Asian Canadian woman, it's my resolve to work towards lasting social change. I'm finding my own way through a legacy of voicing up and helping others voice up, and in my work as a psychologist, of building my own community and cultural alliances, learning more about my heritage that I lost because I denied it, and having compassion for myself and for others. And I have to say, to redeem myself, my Chinese name is Wang Yukching, and it means jade flower. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Gina, and thank you so much for being vulnerable with us and sharing such personal and moving and inspirational vignettes about your life. I think a lot of people seeing this and watching this can relate to your story. And as Amarjeet said earlier, this journey of obstacles and challenges, a lot of Canadians can relate to those challenges. So I'm going to now pass it on to Karen, who will bring our entire panel into a conversation. Karen.
And so I just asked every speaker to turn on your camera and put a spotlight on them. Wow, Gina, you got me really teary as well, because I relate to so many of that. And in fact, I feel like all of you have talked about, just there's actually so many themes around, Montreal came up a lot, I thought, but also like we all blamed ourselves, for a lot of it. And there's a lot of things we didn't know that we learned through this journey. I know I myself have learned so much this past year. And this is reminiscent of, even the previous panel at the end there. I think some of the speakers talked about the role of learning and then sometimes unlearning, some of those, colonial minds that's been so instilled in us from a very young age that we had to let go. And, I think, even though we kind of broke up this panel into a few different segments, I do think that theme of recognition, resilience, and resolve is manifested through all of your stories. So as we think about, we have a lot of young people right now who are going into kind of the next chapter of their life, or as we enter into, graduation years. Thinking about your own story, thinking about sort of the broader societal context that we're in right now, thinking about the struggles that not only the Asian community faces, but many, many communities. What advice would each of you give to young Asian Canadians and youth from racialized communities, and just young people in general? What kind of advice would you give to them, knowing what you know now? I will maybe start. I'm gonna go back to the top with Marty.
All right, I would say to young people, you define yourself by who you are and who you surround yourself with. You don't let other people define who you are. And so if you can build some self-confidence in yourself, you can withstand the barbs that come from the people who are going to judge you basically on the color of your skin. And that was a lesson that I learned the hard way. I'm still learning that every day now, to really believe in myself and have that confidence in who I am and what I do. And I know that I can't control what somebody else thinks of me based on just misinformation, misconceptions, myths, but I can control how I react to them. And oftentimes what I do when I'm confronted with somebody who might be ignorant or racist and acting out on it, my weapon of choice is humor. I always try to spin around with a little bit of humor to find some common ground with that person. I find that if I can get somebody to laugh, it means that they do have some sense of empathy, the sense of being able to see the world from another place, because I think laughter is something that is intellectual, that can actually tap into common bonds that we have. And so I find that if I can make somebody laugh, then I can find common ground and start to build from there. But it's not easy. I mean, sometimes you get a laugh and sometimes you get a punch in the face. So you just have to be prepared for both.
Yeah. Thank you, Marty. Teresa. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute. So
Okay,
there you go.
So, so I'm going to draw from some of my prior work in the community. I used to, facilitate programs. So I'm going to speak from, applying our head, heart, and hand. So I would start with, like what Marty said, I think learning. So learn the experiences and languages so that you can articulate your experience and the experiences of others and who may suffer from discrimination, racism, and learn how, biases, prejudice, and racism is manifested. I really want to stress the need to look at, despite our age, I think that we can start early. I like to think we can start early to really look at how our system plays a key role in sustaining the prejudice and the inequities that we are now learning more about the last 12 months. So, but I think I want to say that part of that learning is listening. Listen and to learn the experiences and needs of the people around you, especially those who may have less access and capacity than you. So that your narrative is beyond the personal. Your leadership narrative is beyond the personal, but you actually will be working on bigger efforts, bigger causes, and your greater impact. So I think to me that is about compassion, about the heart. I speak about this because I realize I may have volunteered, and support the community for 25 years, but I learned so much. And that's why I gained a voice, because when I spoke, I was not speaking about Teresa Wu Paul's needs and issues. I was speaking about the 25 years of stories that people share with me. I think that, and you can only gain that from listening and learning about other people's experience, people who need our support and need. So I think, that is, that's where the compassion comes from. The learning is, knowledge. To be very honest, I was trained to do anti-discrimination work through my work with United Way in 1992. It helped to bring all my community work into a more critical consciousness at that point in time. But you know what? I'm going to tell you, a lot of my deeper analysis came the last 10 months. I think this learning is continuous. You have to start somewhere. And so it's this, that learning, that knowledge, constantly seek to deepen your knowledge, but always come from that place of compassion. And then not last, actually, part of that learning is I am a great believer that all of us have to be more critical. And so I think that, we really need to question a lot more. When you're presented some information, when you're presented a situation, when you find yourself into this situation, think about who benefits from this, who is being disadvantaged, right? Whose perspective is being portrayed. What other perspectives are there? Where's the evidence coming from? And, what assumptions are being made? I love that little cheat sheet. So if I could encourage more people to apply that critical thinking, and last is the action, the hands, get involved, learn the skill for civic actions. And so I think, I would apply that simple little formula, head, heart, hand.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Marco, what about you? What kind of advice would you give to young people?
Advice. I guess I'll share what I told my daughter when she was in high school, and I told her to know and understand her roots, where she came from. And I told her to understand the history and culture of her parents, of us, and her ancestor, where they came from. And because I believe really that that's her best defense in terms of racist attacks against her. And, I tell her my story. And also at the same time, to speak up in the face of oppression, in the face of exploitation, in the face of racism. We need to speak up. Silence just perpetuates status quo, and that's not what we want. That's not what my daughter wants. So that's what I told her, is to know her roots, to understand where we came from, and that would really arm her in terms of making sure that she knows how to address those issues of racism against her. I guess an advocate also of migrants, it is really telling the story, telling the story of migration from the Chinese people that came and built our train tracks to the caregivers that are coming now. We all have the same story, and I think those stories are important in terms of my advocacy, and the education that I tell younger audience, younger people, is to tell our migration story. I thought that's very important.
Awesome, thank you so much, Marco. Amarjeet.
Yeah, so I think what I'll say to young people is that anti-racism work is a life journey. It is a lifelong process. It's not going to end. You've got to continue to on this path. Right? So yes, sometimes we may feel that we are going backwards, and sometimes may feel that we are moving forward. And we may feel overwhelmed, we may feel frustrated, we may feel, tired around it, about it. But I compare social changes are not linear, right? You go through up and down. I compare anti-racism work to climate change work. Number of decades ago, a lot of people did not believe that climate change was real. They did not believe that climate change posed an existential threat. Right? But now, vast majority of Canadians and people in the world recognize that climate change is a real threat. We need to tackle it, and there's a consensus that we need to tackle it. I think we need to think in that terms. It's a social change. And we need to get to the point where vast majority of people recognize that racism is a real problem, that it hurts all of us. It is everyone's responsibility to tackle, but it's going to take some time, right? So my message to young people is that giving up is never a choice. For racialized people, of indigenous people, people who experience racism, this is our lived reality. By giving up, racism is not going to go away. Yeah. So I think it's hard, it's difficult, absolutely, it can be frustrating, but that option does not exist, right? So seek inspiration from your colleagues, seek inspiration from your own lived experience, and find ways to continue to move forward, right? So because there's no other choice.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Last but not least, Dr. Wong. You're on mute.
There I go. Thank you. I want to start by saying that I am so proud of our Asian youth. What I've seen over the last month and even before that, because we added youth ambassadors to our campaign, I'm so impressed. They are willing to go out of their way and speak up and be vulnerable way more than I think previous generations. So I would start by saying how proud I am of the youth. Next, I would share, the research that says positive ethnic identity, social support, and learning about historical racism is a way towards healing and to not repeat the mistakes of the past. So I would definitely say that. And I come to this answer, of course, because I'm a psychologist. So it's more of an interpersonal kind of response that I have. So if you were to ask my kids, they would tell you that I'm a very strange mother. And the reason for that is because when they would come home and they would have a good mark in school, I would look at them and I would say, Iris, that's great. Like, good for you. Can you next time try to get a 60 or a little bit less? And they would look at me like I was nuts. But the reason for that is because I know the real learning in life is about how we are when we fail at things, when we're not performing at the level that we want to, and yet we can still hold on to ourselves as worthwhile people. That's where the hard, the real learning is. So I would tell our Asian youth the same thing, to fail a lot. And the challenge of trying to hold on to yourself is difficult, but it's very worthwhile. So learn to be okay with being subpar at things is one of the things that I would say. So the model minority stereotype emphasizes perfection. And, if I was to sum up my clinical practice, I would say that message, not just for Asians, but that abounds in our society around perfectionism, does a number on us. It breeds anxiety. It breeds a sense of worthlessness unless we perform, spectacularly and get a lot of accolades. The model minority stereotype also silences us in this ideal kind of way of being. It's being quiet, and it's not talking about our challenges. It's not talking about our feelings. So I would invite youth to not, do their best to challenge these and to speak up and to talk about experiences that they're having, and again, to make many mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, you want to go? You want to finish? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just finish up. I think centrally is our relationship with ourselves. And so focusing on, ways of being, like Teresa was saying, around compassion, I think is so critical, because our relationship with ourselves is what is the, basis for our relationship with other people. And racism, is a fear and hatred. And when we have a relationship of compassion with ourselves, we're that much better able to have that with other people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's excellent. And to your point, if I think about key moments in history, so much of the uprising revolution, oftentimes they are young people, and I think we've seen so much of young people kind of really mobilizing the social justice movements that we're seeing right now, building towards that consensus, like Amarji was saying, around social change. So thank you all so much for sharing that. I just want to recap very quickly. We've heard a lot about learning and unlearning, whether it's about ourselves, about other people's experiences. I love that head, heart, hands, about the listening, but the compassion and taking action. And this, when we listen to those stories, not just of ourselves and our peers, but our ancestors as well. And be mindful that it's not linear, that there's going to be, trials and tribulations, that it's okay to fail. It's okay to be subpar. And I actually really appreciate that. I think so much of the pressure I often feel is just pressure that I put on myself for that, striving for that perfection. So thank you all so much for being this. I feel like I don't say this very often, but this panel is, thank you all so much for being so open and honest and vulnerable, and kind of like really digging deep, like Teresa saying, like, so much surface for you, in the last 10 months. This is pretty incredible. So thank you. I'm going to pass it over to Nathan right now.
Couldn't agree with you more, Karen. It's been such an authentic conversation, and all of you have been so open to sharing your hearts as well as your experiences. We're going to take some questions from the audience, and I'll start with one from Hai Nguyen. And Hai asks, what is the best strategy that should be adopted when you or your family members are being insulted or attacked by somebody who is racist? So how should they respond to that? Any advice to any of the panelists that want to take on that question?
I'll give it a try to start.
Sure.
Because I started the Act to End Racism Network last April, and one of the first thing we did was to invest some time and resources to develop tools and resources to support our community, and specifically the Asian Canadian community that is not well versed on issues of discrimination and racism. So you think back, a lot have changed the last 12 months. And so we developed resources. So, some of the resources like a comic strip and infographics based on Dr. Ishiyama's anti-discrimination response model. So I would invite people to go to some of those websites. I think your program today started with 2 of our videos. So if the situation is in a personal setting, it's a local setting, if it's safe for you to do so, you call it out. And you seek help from your immediate environment. But if it's not safe to do so, then you have to find a safe place. And then you try to record the incident with your phone or with key information. But what I would like to really stress, the Act to End Racism spent a lot of our time and resources to develop a text message and online reporting as a community service. But of course, what we learned was our community is not ready to report. So we actually entered into a collaboration with the University of Calgary to gain an understanding on our experiences with racism, but more so on why is it that we do not report. So 80% of the people don't report because they do not trust our system will do anything. And indeed, the last 12 months, we see that our systems are not capable of doing very much to give us justice. So I think it is a situation, a time that really calls us, all of us, to really look at whether we should continue to allow our institution to serve 70% of the population when our country is diverse. And they're not capable of responding in giving us protection and safety and justice. So discrimination, racism is social injustice. So when our institution is not responding, then where do we find our justice? So I think, hopefully we're providing some tools to answer this particular question. But I really want to stress, I think that with this kind of conversation we're having, it's happening quite a bit right now this month, our community would gain enough confidence and understanding on the need to report. Because without data, we cannot talk about it. The public institution is not going to respond. So they also need data to understand what are the needs, what are the fears, what are the hesitation. So I think that we really have to find a way as a community to help our community member to understand the importance of sharing, which is very important for your own mental health, because it's a form of trauma. And then also for the community, we also need data so that we could actually urge the systems to respond. The entity also need data so that they have a better understanding what is it that they need to do to provide adequate support.
Thank you, Teresa, and thank you for reminding us, because it often is a counterintuitive response, right? When we are on the receiving end or a victim of a racially motivated attack, your initial reaction is you sort of want it to go away, but it's so important that we do report, that we do speak up, that we do provide that information, and hold our institutions accountable in that way, so that they can take the appropriate action, or that we demand appropriate action would be taken.
Yeah, and
yes, please, Manjeet.
Yeah, racism is absolutely systemic, right? But its pain is very personal, right? When you experience that pain, it causes trauma, and you don't forget that. I remember this incident. This happened in 1984 when I was in school, being pushed into the wall by a couple of my classmates, right? Because how I looked. Then I walked over to the principal's office seeking help. And at that time, I was basically told, you learn to put up with it, right? I'm talking about 1984. Things have changed a lot in the school system. But I would never forget that incident, right? Because it's painful. And that pain lives on and on and on. So I think when we experience racism, it is very important for our families and our colleagues and our friends to acknowledge it and give us the necessary support. Show us compassion, that you deeply care, that you're willing to listen to that pain. That is very important aspect at a family level, at a community level. And I think that would be my advice, that if your family members are experiencing racism, embrace them, understand their pain, and be with them, and give them the support that they need. Yes, you can do other stuff that Teresa mentioned. Absolutely, I agree with them. But I think at immediate level, in that immediate situation, that support is very critical.
Thank you, Amarjeet. That absolutely appreciate your message, that acknowledging, recognizing racism in that moment and giving the support where it's needed is critical. Here's another question from YouTube chat, and this person asks, how can we teach the topic of Asian racism or racism to younger kids? I believe education, especially at a young age, is important for the future of our community. So how can we teach this topic of racism to younger kids? Who wants to take that question?
Teach in the schools, Nathan, their curriculum, what's going on, right? Sorry,
absolutely, absolutely, yes. Anti-racism should be in our curriculum.
Absolutely, right there. It should start with kindergarten, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I'll make 3 points. So
Sure.
First, Act to End Racism Network, in response to this, we actually organized 2 webinars in March as our way to recognize the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And so I think that I think it was a very good first attempt, and people are now asking. We decided not to record the session because we had children and young people. So, but I think that there's a need for that. And then we developed an infographic. I put it in the chat that people could look at. Second, I think it is time. After 30 years of talking about inclusive curriculum in this country, that I think it is time for us to really push to have inclusive curriculum by design and not by chance. What I mean by that is, Ontario have support services for people who file for human rights complaint. We don't. So I think that when we talk, I know that education is provincial jurisdiction, but I really want to push all of us to think outside the box, and I'm very sure we could find some potential, ways to find a national way to actually talk about, inclusive curriculum. So I think that so this way is not up to individual teachers, it's not up to individual schools, it's not up to individual school board, but that all children across the country actually would receive inclusive curriculum. And so I'm going to look to you, Nathan, to find that strategy. But there's a thing called the Council of Education Ministers, right?
Absolutely. And so far we've talked about the role of educators, our public school boards and the Ministry of Education. But what about the role of community? And I'm going to throw it to Gina and also to Marty and Marco to see from your perspectives how we can educate younger kids about racism. I'll go to you, Gina, first.
Thanks. Thank you. I was just going to Teresa, whenever you speak about that, I get so impassioned with you. And when we had our inaugural East Asian Youth Summit, the first call to action was about this inclusive education. So, just this is what we need to do. And Teresa says, this is the time, it is now. And, I'm so much in favor of that. Of course, again, I think about the psychological level of things when how do we teach our children about racism? And I think, really it's developmentally appropriate in terms of how we approach that topic. But it's like how we teach about bias and how we teach about, our own unintended belief systems. And so it's coming up with creative ways to do that. So, you can take the child's favorite food, for example, and you can, put, all the things that they're used to eating, and then introduce something that they're going to like, but that is different, so that they can understand on a personal level that what people see and understand and know and are accustomed to ends up being what they think is the right way and what tastes the best. This is my very tertiary explanation about this, but in whatever ways to access their own personal experience of understanding what bias is about. And then, they keep eating that. And it's like, there's nothing, this is great. Even watching TV and saying who's represented. Why is it that those foods are the ones that you're most exposed to? Again, it depends on the level and the age and the creativity of the parent. But I think it starts from personal understanding, and school can definitely help architect some of those ways to teach our kids.
Thank you, Thank you, Gina. And I'm actually going to bring in Marty on his thoughts on this. Marty, you often talk about humor as a way to deal with racism that you've experienced in the past. How do you think one should approach educating kids about racism using the methods that you talked about, perhaps personally?
Well, I would talk very quickly about my series, the Marty Chan Mysteries. And it's sort of about a young boy who deals with discrimination and racism living in a small town. And it's done with a sense of humor in terms of trying to debunk some of the stereotypes that people have about Asians. And I go into schools and I tell the stories about the discrimination that I faced as a kid and how I bounce back from it. I use humor. And I remember there was an experience that I had. I went out to a rural community in Alberta, and it was definitely a farming community. I went in there and looking at the kids, it was like watching a field of wheat, right? Because it's all blonde hair in the library. But there was one little dot of black. There was a little Korean boy whose family had just come to the community a few months earlier. And I started telling my stories about what it was like to face discrimination. And I told my funny stories and I left. And a few months later, I got an email from the school librarian. And she said, you probably won't remember your visit to our school, but you had a huge impact on our students. We had a Korean boy whose family had just come to our community. He was feeling isolated, alone. Some of the kids were making fun of him. But when you came and you started talking about your experiences and your books, he sat up straight. He started smiling. And as soon as you're done your talk, he made a beeline to the library to get the books. Except there were other kids who were also making a beeline to get those books because they wanted to laugh. They wanted the humor. And as they started reading the books, they started associating the character that I had in the Marty Chan Mysteries with the Korean boy. And they thought, oh, he's funny just like the boy there. And it gave them confidence. And the librarian said, now that boy is as thick as thieves with all the other boys in his class. And I thought, oh, that's just one moment where humor can work. And it's one of those things where it's partly humor, but it's also personal experiences. And I'm going to echo what Gina had said in terms of that sort of lived experience of something you go, oh, I like this. It's not as strange as I think. But I think there's another level that we have to push to is in order to reach those kids, we also have to know that the allies, the teachers, have to overcome their own biases. Yes. Because sometimes we think, oh, it's a teacher who's going to talk about anti-racism, but sometimes they might not even recognize what's going on. I'll share one more story with you where I was walking back from the Citadel Theater after a workshop with my composer. We both worked on a play called The Forbidden Phoenix. He's French-Canadian, and as we were walking, a person came up to me, well, actually to both of us, and asked for some money. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't have any. And we just kept walking. And like within 3 steps, the man who had asked for money just yelled out, you effing chink. And I just sort of went, okay, this is another moment where I have to deal with this. But my composer was completely shocked, and he froze, and he said, I don't know, like, I've never experienced that. I've never seen someone get that racial insult, that attack, like live and in person. I don't know what to do. And I think that's one of the things that we also have to recognize, is that we're counting on people to educate our youth, but we also need to educate the people who are passing on this information so that they recognize what racism is. Because sometimes if it's not a lived experience, you just think it's hypothetical, that it's, oh, like I remember in the height of the pandemic, a well-known, I'm not going to name him, a well-known kids author, when I brought up the fact that, you know, a lot of Asians are experiencing racism right now, he says, is it real? Is it real? Is that really happening? And I thought, well, this is somebody who's progressive and somebody who should know, but he doesn't, because it's not one of his lived experiences. And it was a matter of going, let me tell you some of the experiences that we've had. And it was a moment where he went, his eyes started to open and the light bulb went on. He said, oh, now that you've told me, I think I understand a little better. And I think one of the important things is for us not to make an assumption that people who are our allies actually recognize what racism is.
Thank you, Marty, for really highlighting the nuance of this, right? That sometimes the label of an ally or not, you know, it's a little bit more complex than that, and that this is a continuous journey of learning for all of us. So I want to go to Marco and see if he has a few thoughts to add when it comes to educating our kids about racism.
Yeah, I guess with kids, you know, really small kids, kindergarten, we can learn a lot from them, right? Than us telling them what racism is, and I think racism is really something that's learned and can be unlearned, right? And thus, I really believe the previous speakers that, you know, we should have a really a curriculum that is inclusive. That's one, but also in creating this curriculum, it's really important for the community to be part of developing those curriculums, right? Oftentimes, and I get what Marty was saying, you know, oftentimes the people that teach anti-racism does not look like me, right? Does not look like us, and they don't have that lived experience. I think those are important elements in terms of really developing an education program about racism, right? So, my thoughts.
Thank you, Marco. I'm going to pass it on to Karen to wrap it up.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. And thank you to the participants, whether you're on YouTube or on this Zoom channel, for just bearing with us as we're a few minutes late. We want to, you know, all the speakers here are really open to stay in touch, and we're going to share their contact and website as, you know, we say goodbye. But thank you all so much, and particularly thank you to our speakers for taking, you know, an hour and a half to really dive deep into your own stories, but also like offer those as, you know, moments and ideas for moving forward, for building momentum, for, you know, I mean, I really like that building that consensus for social change. If you have, you know, if you're looking for more information or more resources, please do check out our resource page on the Asian Heritage Month website. And now I'm going to ask our IT to please show up the slide. Thank you all so much. I hope you enjoyed this rest of this beautiful day with your family, with your community. Take care, and thank you for joining.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.